But I like that we kind of have that built in, kind of worked out that we ended up with a break in between. So that's nice. It'll be lunch and get a few things done there. Okay, so we'll start at 8:05. The team will join us at 8:04 just to make sure it's all set up. Any questions before we officially go live?
Let's see, where are the...
Oh, the side, remember to change your view to that sidebar. I think that worked well for y'all to watch the pitches.
Yeah, that did.
Spreadsheet open.
And there is an option, I think that actually works well for y'all. Yeah, I've all got to change from yesterday to today. We're just noticing. One new camera, one new computer, and one new location.
Yeah.
I almost changed locations, but I decided to stay.
That way. Okay. Okay, so team, whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and we are ready for y'all. We've got about 20 seconds before we go live, so we'll wait. Got your slides up, great. Okay, perfect. All right, good morning, everyone. We are so excited to be back for our second day of MVP pitches. We're going to start with Pegasus performance this morning. And thanks to our judges for being here with us today. We're excited for another fun day, and good luck to all of our teams. So Pegasus performance, whenever you're ready, you may begin. Good luck.
Student athletes often have extremely busy and exhausting schedules. Between morning practices, the school day, afternoon practices, and then homework on top of that, it can be very difficult to stay focused and alert throughout the day. Many find it difficult or inconvenient to make a cup of coffee in the morning, and it can be extremely expensive to go to Starbucks every day. Because of this, we want to make a gum that contains both caffeine and electrolytes to not only give you a boost of energy, but also help replenish some of the electrolytes that are lost in sweat, so you can perform your best every time you step out on the field or in the classroom. My name is Will Heinemeier, and I'm the CEO.
My name is Amelia McGarrett, and I'm the CFO.
My name is David Smith, and I'm the COO.
My name is Enrique Delgado, and I'm the CMO.
And we are Pegasus Performance.
We feel our product will be great for anybody that is active, but we would like to start with student athletes and then expanding out because of the very busy and exhausting schedules that student athletes endure. Some of our competitors are Gatorade Chews, Run Gum, and Rub Gum. Gatorade Chews provide a boost of energy through its carbohydrates, as well as provides electrolytes. Run Gum and Rub Gum provide their boost of energy through caffeine, similar to what we want to do with our product. We want to differentiate ourselves by containing both caffeine and electrolytes, as opposed to our competitors with only containing one or the other. First of all, we feel gum would be the best option because the caffeine will hit your system quicker than it would from a drink. Second off, all the liquid from an energy drink moving around in your stomach is not a very pleasant feeling. Lastly, how many people our age don't like chewing gum?
For our total addressable market, we took the total size of the US population and took the percentage of that is within our age range and also that engage in sports daily, and we got around 25 million people, which gives us a revenue of about $75 million. And then for our service addressable market, we took that number and narrowed it down into the people that are just in Texas so that we can start locally and hit them first. And that gives us about 502,000 people, which comes out to about $1.5 million. We're planning to price our product at $3, which we got from comparing it to competitors' prices and where we think we would best fit into the market. And we're hoping to have about 6 pieces of gum in each pack. In year one, we're hoping to sell 6,400 units, which is about $20,000 in revenue. And that's from targeting mainly our school and small local schools around our school. And then in year 2 and year 3, we're hoping to grow by 100% and then 150% as we expand outside of San Antonio and into larger schools outside into Texas.
We plan on reaching out to athletes and coaches at our local schools, as well as marketing out on social media platforms such as Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. We will also have a website created.
Within the first 2 months of starting up our product, we will hope to have our social media pages and our website fully created, as well as in the next 2 months of that, have every school that we have contacted on our list to create our first sample. Throughout this whole process, we will be creating our startup sample ourselves. And within the next 2 months of that, we will be pitching for funding to help begin formulation of the official gum. Once we're done with that, using the funding to also use gas money to travel out to schools that show interest in our product. And
we are asking for $500 in order to get our domain name, develop a website, reach out and brand towards local schools, and $205 for fundraising and formulation. Since our gum formulation will probably cost around $5,000, we're going to need to do fundraising through raffles and other means such as crowdfunding. We are Pegasus Performance, and we hope our product will give you a boost of energy before you go and help you perform your best in the classroom and out on the field. Thank you.
Good job, y'all. Good presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, good job.
It is early morning, isn't it? Not a lot of energy from you all, not a lot of energy from me yet either. I could use a little Pegasus Performance to get me going. Interesting idea, for sure. I'm curious about, so you talked about other gums, one that just has caffeine or maybe a couple that just have caffeine and one that just has electrolytes. So y'all's is different in that combination. I'm curious, are there drinks? I know you differentiated with drinks, but I'm still curious. Are there drinks that have both electrolytes and caffeine?
I believe there are. Obviously, you have the cute Gatorades and then coffee or Red Bull that have electrolytes and caffeine respectively. And then I think some of those energy drinks, such as like Bangs or something in there, may have both. Okay. And what about the gel packs? Like for runners, they have those gel packs they squeeze in their mouth. Are those, any of those? I think some of those have electrolytes and caffeine. I'm not aware of any that have caffeine, but I know they have like electrolytes and carbohydrates. But we want to do ours more with caffeine, so it gives you a cognitive boost as opposed to a boost through carbohydrates. Yeah. I think I'm pretty sure some of them do have caffeine as well. So it'd be good for you all to know that too, just to see how you differentiate yourself there. You talked about it being faster, not so much liquid. That's great, but can you really differentiate yourself, especially I think with those gel packs, because it's kind of similar idea, real quick, small, you don't take on a lot of fluids as you're doing it. But some people may like the gum better, so you may want to think more about how the gum is differentiated. I like that you start with athletes, but then talk about going to other busy people. So that was a great way to think about how you expand your product or who your customer base is. What I'd like to see different from you all is a very different MVP plan. Actually, seems like your MVP is all about marketing something that doesn't exist yet. And so if I were you, I would really like to see your MVP be a combination of, pretty free, going out there and getting data from people, asking athletes, is this a problem for you? Do you run out of electrolytes? Do you get, do you have too much water in your system? Do you wish you had an energy boost? Do you wish it was quicker? Do you wish it was in something besides a drink? Would you pay for this? How much would you pay for this? Just asking athletes that questions. You can get a lot of information out of that, and it's free for you to do that. And then doing something to create some kind of basic prototype.
I understand it's going to, you said it costs $5,000 to do a full working prototype, but certainly y'all could get some kind of basic gum with some electrolyte powder, with some sort of powder that adds caffeine in it, and put it together and see if it works for people. Your MVP ought to all be about, can we build a product that could work, not marketing a product that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I echo what Mr. Sauer said. That was one of my notes, was that you're definitely focusing on marketing something that you don't know if you can even get it done or exist. You need to figure out texture. What would that taste like? I mean, there's a lot of different things that, you need to think about. And I agree with Mr. Sauer as well. Go out and talk to people. But I do think, your ideas, and I think it's great. I would think personally, if I was an athlete, if I've got to go out on the field and I've got to, if I've got to go do something, having a bunch of Gatorade, is great, but is that going to cause me to have to go to the bathroom? Right. So a gum, if that would deliver something similar, I could see that as being, okay, I would rather chew gum. But you've got to make sure that you can get something done, even like to Mr. Sauer's point, even if it's just getting something put together, working with someone that you can see if this is possible. And again, texture, how would that work? Because it's interesting to me that there are liquids that do it, but when we're talking about gum, you've got one that does, you said you've got the Gatorade that does electrolytes in the Rev gum, and the other one does the caffeine. So there might be a reason that they don't have those together. So I think you need to look into that first and make sure that you can do that. That would be my feedback.
I think you also need to study your competition a little bit more and see what's out there that's available and exactly what it is, and so that you can figure out how you can become different. Because that's what's going to that will make a big difference for you.
Yeah, I think that's a good. I really try to understand why didn't the Rev gum, whichever one is caffeine, whichever one is electrolytes, why they didn't do it together, right? You've already got a gum company. They already know how to make gum. They already know how to put one of those elements in the gum. It could be very quick. Tomorrow they could wake up and decide to put the other element in their product, and then you've got a competitor that's already established. So you want to know more about that for sure.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions?
Good job, y'all. I think this is an idea worth pursuing. We gave you some direct, tough feedback, but don't let that dissuade you. Y'all did a great presentation. Mm-hmm. You got a good idea. I think just pivot with regard to your MVP and see what y'all can come up with. I think y'all can do it.
Agreed, guys. It was a great presentation.
Absolutely. Good job.
All right. Thank y'all. Well done. Good job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So much for your time.
Thank you.
Good one.
Perfect. Okay, so we'll start our next pitch at 8:25. Good morning. We have our team joining us. Okay, perfect. Looks like we have everyone here. I just need Angela, if you'll just turn your camera on, that I can make sure I can see you. And then whenever y'all want to share your screen, you can, and start whenever you're ready.
Awesome. Good morning.
Morning. Morning. Ava, do you want to go ahead and share it?
Angela, is your screen working?
No,
Camera?
in the beginning. My bad. Maybe a little bit.
Angela, you're muted, by the way.
Can y'all not see me?
No.
Yeah, we can see you now.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. So recently I went up to Colorado Boulder and I visited my older brother who's a freshman. And we got to tour the campus, meet his friends, go into town. But as soon as I went up to his dorm room, it was just a complete pigsty. And after hearing how expensive and inconvenient it is to really just get your laundry done or pay someone to do your laundry for you, we thought it was the perfect opportunity to step in and create a solution.
I'm Ava Gutierrez. I'm the CEO.
I'm Luke Butler, and I'm the CFO.
I'm Bo Clayberg. I'm the CMO. Angela, you're muted.
I'm Angela Sanchez. I'm the COO.
And we are Clean Break.
Clean Break is the most affordable pickup delivery laundry service for college students that is convenient and crazy clean. As of right now, we have three main competitors. Press is a San Antonio-based pickup delivery laundry service that charges $1.75 a pound and a $6 service fee. That doesn't seem too bad, but when the average pair of jeans costs about 1 pound, the total for one load can add up extremely quickly. The Fold is a pickup delivery laundry service that specializes in dry cleaning based in Austin and Houston. They charge $30 a bag of their own regulated size, which comes out to about $10 per load. Laundry Care is a San Antonio-based pickup delivery laundry service that also uses the $30 a bag, and they also charge a $2 service fee. All of these businesses are successful and well-established, but their prices are a little high for the average budget of a typical college student.
For our total addressable market, we have 19.6 million college students, which are all in the United States. And for our serviceable addressable market, we have 1.5 million college students, which are all in the state of Texas. However, to start, we are starting at Trinity and UIW to gain traction as a company, and fortunate enough for us, they're all within a 5-mile radius of Alamo Heights. Our cost per load is going to be $150, and we are deferring labor costs as we establish business profitability. Our price per load is $850, with a $20 maximum, 20-pound maximum load. And that's going to include pickup, wash, dry, fold, and delivery. Our profit is going to be $7, which is over 400% profit margin.
As of now, we are predicting that we will make $15,266 in profit in year one. We got this number by starting out in month one with 20 loads and increasing each month by 40% for a year. From year one to year two is a 50% increase as we are still gaining credibility as a high school owned and operated business. From year two to year three, we predict a 300% growth rate as we expand to UTSA, over tripling our customer base.
As of now in December, we've started establishing relations with local laundromats, such as Almas Park Wash and Fold. And I recently reached out to the Wash and Fold manager, Nathan, who was very interested in our business model. And he considered possibly arranging conveniences for us, such as securing us 3 or 4 guaranteed laundry machines every time we visit, and even a bulk discount rate as our business continues to grow. Continuing forward into the next 3 months, the first month of January, we're primarily focusing on gaining a reputation and spreading the word to these local communities. We plan on doing this through as many forms of advertisement and marketing as we can. That includes flyers, stickers, social media. And then moving into the second half of the month, we've established our customer base and a comfortable amount of interested consumers. February is really us streamlining the company and executing the action plan. That includes us actually doing the work and the labor for a company, picking up people's laundry, washing it, and delivering it back to their doorstep.
Moving into March, we will be evaluating our customer feedback and reviews and determining our business credibility through our 75% returning customer rate.
We were requesting $500, and this will cover our laundromat fees, website design and domain, transportation. We're planning to do all the transportation ourselves, picking up and delivering. Detergent, fabric softener, marketing and advertisement. We plan on marketing through flyers, social media such as Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and stickers. And this will also and dryer sheets. This comes out to $500.
We are Clean Break, and we hope you stay clean with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That was a great presentation, guys. And I actually really like the idea. I have to tell you, I mean, you said you're focusing on college students, but are you limiting yourselves, or did you all, I missed if you mentioned that you were also going to go to other, I mean, to me, this is about convenience. And, there are times where I think you might find that other folks, I have had moments where I've taken things down the street on Broadway to the, where but you have to drop it off and they'll, do it for you. But I don't remember what it was, a pound. It was, pretty relatively inexpensive. But I think the fact that you're wanting to, that you're going to be picking it up, washing it and then delivering it back. You're going to have to come up with what's the timeline. I think you're going to have to be able to tell, I'm imagining you're going to have to create the bags, that you're going to want them to use. And one of my questions was where you were going to wash it. And I think you're going to need to be able to also, when you do market this, because as someone who would use it, I would want to know what kind of soap you're going to use, dryer sheets. I mean, you're not going to use the cheap stuff, right? I mean, you need to be able to really, I think, answer some of those questions. We'll use high quality soaps and things like that. But I do definitely like the idea. And it sounds like you've done a lot of work and on your business timeline. This is something, you could get started pretty quickly, like you said. I'll let some of the other judges speak. But I like it.
I'm a little concerned about your cost. It seems a little low. I think you need to do a little bit more research on that and get that broken down, because between, like Ms. Bonar said, between picking it up and then, and spending the time to wash it and dry it and fold it and with all your supplies, and then delivering it back, I think you need to really look a little bit closer at what your cost breakdown is.
Yes, ma'am.
So great presentation. I actually really love the focus on university students. I think for them, it's all about convenience. And I love your branding. It's great. I think it'll get people's attention. I think it could speak to the university student. I agree with Mrs. Ford for sure. Saying you're going to be cheaper and putting it on a slide and actually having that happen are two very different things. I think your costs are way too low. I don't think there's any way that you all can do it that cheaply, and I don't think you have to, honestly. I think there is a part of being economical for the college student, but I don't think you have to be a whole lot cheaper than your competitors. I think what you are providing is super easy access, good marketing, good branding, targeted directly to the university student, and I bet you'll have some buyers. So I think I totally agree with Ms. Ford that you really need to rethink your price and cost model on this. And I don't know that you're as much of a, trying to save students money business as much as a very hyper-focused business on that segment of the market. and all about convenience and great service.
Yeah, and one last thing, when I mentioned that to Mr. Sauer's point, I think students are going to be your target market for sure, because I know that having boys in college as well, and every time they come home, they bring me their laundry, and every time I go there, there's piles of laundry. I do think that this would be something that I would even be willing as a parent to to pitch in, for them to use something like this, because I want them studying and I'm sure they're having fun too. However, I want them to have clean clothes, and I do think that, I think it's a fabulous idea. I think you could hit if you could expand this to, College Station and UT and other campuses, and it's really finding the employees that can go pick it up, and wash it for you and get and then deliver it. But Ms. Ford is right on the money, the cost.
Hey, one other idea here too is you could actually be both sides of the market on this as well, in terms of you could be the platform for the labor market as well, right? If you've got starving college students who want to make an extra buck, who don't mind doing a little laundry, and could probably use the facilities in the university dorm, potentially you could actually, this could almost be like, everybody talks about the Uber of something, but this could almost be like the Uber of laundry for college students, where you could actually, and that could be a way where you are cheaper than the competition, because you could get really cheap, contract labor to actually be the people doing the laundry. You'd have to have the standard in place, like Ms. Bonar talked about. You don't want, you got to have high quality coming back to people as well. So you'll have to have real standards there, but you could play both ends of this.
Yes.
Be the platform. Be cool.
A great idea.
Yeah, I think the people that are going to want your service and are going to be able to afford your service are going to want a good quality product. So I think you can focus on that more than price as a little bit of a differentiator. Because I know when my daughter was at Tech years ago, she had a service like this, she used a service like this, and it was a great deal. So there's definitely a market, and you just have to get out there, and even if you do have competition, just make yourself known as the one who maybe does it faster or something
better. Yeah.
Faster, better, focused on college students. We'll come into your, we'll meet you at the dorm, whatever it is. How do you make it a great experience for your very targeted market?
And branding, by the way, I love this. I think I
love it.
That's great.
Thank you.
Great job, y'all.
Great job.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate
that.
Thank you so much.
Have a good rest of your day. So much. You have a nice day.
Well done, y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll start the next one at 8:45. Thanks, y'all. Thanks.
All right, looks like the other group's done, I believe.
Yes, sorry, there's going to be the announcements now, so I'm going to be quick. Whenever y'all are ready, I'm just waiting for one more judge to return. If you want to go ahead and share your screen, you can.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, we're all here, so whenever y'all are ready, you may present your screen and start. Good luck.
Hi there, we are Stretch and Sip, the last lid you will ever need to buy.
Meet our team. I'm Mary Case. I'm the CEO.
I'm Matt Silva, I'm the CFO.
And I'm Greta Stevens. I'm the CMO, and we are the Stretch and Sip team.
Problems we are solving. Spilled drinks are a very large problem that most people are affected by at some point in their life. In addition, not being able to find the matching lid to your specific cup, another ubiquitous problem. Or maybe your problem is that you can't find the matching lid to your cup at all. Our solution to these ubiquitous problems is a reusable silicone lid that can stretch to fit all sizes of cups and prevent spilling. We've already begun developing our prototype. For our mold, we will use a clay casting kit, which will be used to create the mold of our lid. We will then pour in liquid silicone, which will create our desired lid shape. As you can see in the image, our sip hole also acts as a straw compartment by creating a suction where liquid will not emerge.
Our competitors. While we have not found many direct competitors, we have found a few indirect competitors with different solutions. For example, Greenpacks focuses on simple drinking glasses found in your cabinets, but only fits cups 1.5 to 2.5 inches in diameter. Portavia is strictly made to transform coffee cups into travel and on-the-go mugs. And Sip Snap is aimed at younger kids and sippy cups.
So why are we different? What makes us so unique? We are universal. That means that we can stretch to fit the circumference of any size cup of your choice. In addition, we are sip and straw compatible, unlike our competitors, which are either sip or straw compatible. We also have a spill-proof guarantee, meaning that no liquid will emerge from our cup.
Over countless face-to-face interviews and survey responses we received, the data let us believe that about 95% of potential customers were interested in the product. 70% had never found a reasonable solution to this ubiquitous problem of spilled drinks, and 55% were ready to buy the universal lid as soon as it hit the market. We've already started our Instagram and Facebook page and are quickly gaining followers. We also plan to bring our product to stores and online. We will target small businesses in the Alma Heights area like Sunset & Co. and Sparkles. And finally, as we move into online sales, Mr. Brett Pyatt, an accomplished tech entrepreneur, has agreed to work with us on the formation of our website.
So our total addressable market, we started this out as young adults the age of 16 and up in the United States. And we narrowed this number down, or this demographic down, to just in Texas, people who have a household income of over 50K, as well as people who commute, which was the segment of our total addressable market that we see realistically buying our product. Our direct-to-customers price, which we will sell through our website, is $14, and our total cost of goods sold, which is simply the price of silicone per each lid that we produce, is around $7. And our gross margin per unit is $7, and our gross margin percent is 53. Our wholesale price, in which we will sell to retailers, which is discounted from our direct-to-customers price, which may vary, but is currently $10. And our total cost of goods sold is still the same, is $7, and our gross margin per unit is $3, and our gross margin percent is 34. Our year one projected units sold is around 700 with a total revenue of $8,000. And this takes into account most of our local sales because we plan to sell mostly locally in year one. And from year one to year two, we project a 75% growth rate, as by that time we see ourselves having already reached out to retailers by then and plan to sell through retailers at that point, which would give us a projected 1,200 units sold in year two with a total revenue of $14,000. And we project a 125% growth rate from year two to year three as we plan to expand the region in which we would sell our products. and we project a 2,700 units sold in year 3 with a total revenue of $32,000. Out of the $500 that we are asking for, we want to allocate 150 of those dollars toward website construction, 15 of those dollars towards our yearly domain name for our website, $75 towards marketing, and $260 for our prototype, which doesn't simply include making our initial prototype, but is the whole process of creating the most viable product so we can begin selling it to the public.
A look into the future. So for the first half of January, that time will be used to create and finalize our first prototype. The second half of January will be used for website development. We have already planned to speak to Mr. Brett Pyatt, who will help us achieve this goal. For the month of February, that time will be dedicated to product manufacturing and speaking to local businesses who might be interested in selling our product. For March through April, we are hoping to start gaining revenue, or at least an idea of when we will.
Thank you so much for your time. With your investment of $500, we will be able to produce the first ever dual compatible silicone lid that will replace every lid in your cabinet.
Thank you.
Great job, guys.
Great presentation. Really well done.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who wants to go first? Kim, you want to?
I'll start. So looking at the cost, you've got just the cost of the silicone. So how are you going to figure this out? Who's going to help you, really put the product together and do the prototype and that kind of thing? Because I think you're probably going to have to pay somebody to do that.
So initially, the way that we're this isn't going to be the way we produce our product, obviously the whole time through our revenue, but currently we're going to just try and create a mold through that clay casting plate that will mimic what the shape of our lid will be. And as we try and find maybe more professional who works more with, I know there's 3D silicone printing, which could help us out, but currently we just have that more simple way of producing it, which is just making the mold and then pouring the liquid silicone in so it hardens into silicone material right now.
But y'all haven't done that yet, right?
We're working on it right now. We have the materials, but it's in the process currently.
Okay. Well, yeah, you need to look at your cost model and to make sure that those numbers are right, because they seem a little low. But I know y'all are just getting started on this, but that's something to think about. And I'm sure that Mr. Sauer will say something about what you need to spend your money on. So I'm going to let him say that.
And Mr. Sauer and I have seen a few of these over the last few years. People trying to do this too, haven't we?
Yeah. Yes, we have. Go ahead, Sue.
Well, my only comment, I think, how you differentiate yourself. You said, you were universal. You've seen one that has the sip and one that has straw, but you'll have both. And you've got this spill-proof guarantee that you want. So, if you're going to really have a spill-proof guarantee, you've really got to make sure that that's not going to happen. So I think focusing on this prototype and getting that down before you do anything else is critical, because you don't want to market anything and create start marketing this and then you're not able to do this. And it's, I've never done this in my life, but working from home during COVID, I actually spilled a cup of coffee on my Mac computer, tipped it over and killed my computer. So I definitely see, this will be great. I like the idea. And, we require people at our business so they don't spill coffee and things like that to use it. But I think you've really got to make sure, because we've seen this before, and to be universal, I would be interested to see how you think you're going to do that. And having a way that they can sip in a straw, but that if it tips over, it won't. If you don't have a straw, there's got to be a hole there. How are you going to prevent it from coming out? And the same thing on the sips. It's a great idea. And I think, needed, but I just would love to see how you think you're going to get there. And you got to get a prototype done. Mr. Sauer?
Yeah, Ms. Ford and Ms. Beth are certainly alluding to what I was going to say. Like I believe that all your money, all your time in your MVP should be about getting a prototype working. I'm curious about so you had, basically half your money for a website development. What do you want to do with your website?
We hope to have online sales as soon as our website is running. And so I think the cost of getting that up is why we have so much money going towards the website.
Okay. I would say don't build a website for that. Use a platform that already exists. Use Shopify. Shopify's got it all built for you. If you want to, you pay a little subscription fee for it. You load your product in there. And you sell it, and then you all start doing your own Instagram marketing that gets people to your Shopify page. Don't spend hundreds of dollars on your own website. You don't need it. You want to do some direct sales and have the internet, support you on that. Use somebody else's platform, and do that quickly. Don't spend a lot of time on that. Spend all your time, all your energy, all your money on getting a working prototype that you can show the judges at the end of the year.
Thank you.
All right, cool idea. I think this is a problem that people have. I think you all already did some market research. That's great. By the way, I love that in your presentation today for the MVP, you have already asked people questions and gotten feedback from people. That has been some of the feedback we've given to some other teams is like, hey, how do we know if there are people really interested in this? Will people really buy it? And y'all already answered that question to some degree today. So good job on that. Getting ahead of that.
Yeah, I wrote that down as well. Great job in going out there and talking to people because that is critical, and you've already gotten past that. So I think it's a great idea, but I do agree with all the comments that you've got to get something out there that, and Etsy, again, I've said that yesterday to somebody else, and just use someone else's platform to sell it and and you mentioned going to like Sunset Ridge. That's a place that you've got to get this thing created. And but great idea and great presentation. You guys did a good job.
Really nice job in the presentation as well. Good job, y'all.
Yeah, very good. Yes.
All right, y'all. Thank you. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your feedback.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, and we'll be back at 9:10 this time. There's a break this time. 9:10. Morning. Hi, guys.
Good morning.
Perfect. You can see all of our team is here. We're just waiting for all of our judges to come back. If one of y'all wants to go ahead and present your screen, we can have that set up. And then remember to stop presenting when you're done. Stop sharing your screen when you're done, and we'll then go through questions afterwards.
Okay.
1 minute until we wait for our last judge. Okay, perfect. They're all back. So whenever y'all are ready, you may begin. Good luck.
Okay. So guitarists have had the same system for decades, and that is the wrapping of the string around the traditional guitar tuner to keep tension on the actual string, which keeps you keeping your tune on your guitar, which keeps you playing. The only problem with this process is that it's extremely time consuming and can take up to 30 to 40 minutes when you're restringing your guitar, which will keep you not playing. I'm Kyle Peavy.
I'm Parker Johnson.
I'm Robert Garza.
I'm Isaac Nathan.
And we came up with the idea we call pinch pegs, which rather than wrapping the string around the actual peg, you stick it through the hole as seen in the photo and tie down a pinch bolt, which keeps tension on the string and eliminates the time-consuming process of wrapping the string around the peg and keeps you playing longer.
So our main competitors that are really competing with our product is PRS, known as Paul Reed Smith, and they made something called the locking bolt, which only works for their guitars, and that's the big problem. It's only for their guitars, and they're really high-end, expensive guitars.
So our unique value proposition is we are the first brand focused solely on aftermarket guitar pegs. We eliminate valuable time restringing your guitar, which keeps you playing longer. And our unit price is $40. And so for our TAM, we took the number of people in the US and then narrowed it down to the number of people in the US who actually play the guitar, which gives us about 1.8 billion. We then used how many people play guitar in the US and narrowed it down to how much of the population lives in Texas, which gives us our SAM revenue of 158 million.
Our timeline is that starting next month, we will finalize our product, then design the initial manufacturing partner. And in February, it will be product/customer testing and then reviews. Then in March, we'll finalize our manufacturing relationship. In April, we will first manufacture the batch and then retail and distribute the testing, same thing. And then in May, we'll make the commercial agreements with our retail distributor.
All right, we are asking for $500 to basically complete our prototyping process through first using $100 on completing the prototyping digitally and through 3D printing, and next through the $250 to converse with a preliminary product development manufacturer, and then he can help us continue on in creating an actual prototype that we can use and demonstrate and continue to work on with other people's thoughts and create a finalized prototype. Thank y'all very much, and we hope y'all consider us.
Great job on the presentation, guys.
Yeah, good job, guys. So I've got a few questions. So who in the group is a guitarist?
Me and Robert play guitar, but we all have a somewhat of a musical background.
Okay. All right. So my first piece of feedback to you is, like, I'd love to know that in your presentation. That would be a piece of presentation feedback for you, is talk about your own experience. Talk about what you do with the guitar and what your own experience with restringing it. We had a similar pitch a few years ago for bow restrictor with George Judson, and he hooked the audience in right away talking about his experience being a cello player. So bring that into your presentation. Is what you're solving, is it all about time? I'm not a musical guy at all, so these are legitimate questions, I think, for me to learn. Changing your guitar strings, how often does that happen? How much time does it take? Is it all about giving time back, or is it difficult to do? Is there some sort of special trick to it? I'd love to know more about that.
So when you're restringing your guitar, you do have to wrap the string around the peg many times, and you can see it in those pictures. And that process just takes so much time because you have to get it perfect to get the right sound out of your strings. And you do need special tools to get it to go fast, but if you don't, then it'll take even longer, and that process will take up to 30 to 40 minutes. So,
okay, does it sometimes go wrong? Do you sometimes have to start over?
I personally have broken many of the strings I bought earlier that day restringing it. So yes.
Okay, so here you go. This is a more compelling value proposition than just getting some time back. You all need to bring your expertise into play, bring your own experience into play, and say, these are all the things that go wrong with the traditional way of doing it. And how is your product going to solve those things? That was not clear enough to me about all the different ways that your product is going to benefit the guitarist. And I think y'all got the expertise to bring that in.
Would it also help?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
But would it also help on that same line of thinking the young guitarist that doesn't have the expertise to restring their guitar, but it needs to be done, and that kind of hooks the parents in, for this, and that was kind of how George worked with bow restrictor. So that's what I would think. And then did I miss what your costs are in the to make this? Do you know what those are? Have y'all put that together?
So we haven't actually gone into a manufacturer yet to see how much it would cost to make the actual guitar peg, but we were thinking about using a 3D printer and making a prototype first before we actually go in. And
yeah, that's a good idea. George did that too. So, but yeah, do some research on that, because you really can't price your product until you know what it costs for you to make, because you don't know if you're going to make a profit or not, and you don't want to go into this, with a loss leader.
Yeah, and I echo both exactly what Ms. Ford and Mr. Sauer said. It definitely. I mean, what impressed me about what George did is he literally brought in his cello and sat there in front of us, and he actually showed us what his product could do. He showed us the problem, and then he said, and this is how I can fix it. And I think, for those of us, that don't understand how difficult it is to do that. I mean, just a brief, here's what it takes, and it can break, and here's what can happen, and it can take 30 minutes. But hey, if you do this is how easy it is, to solve the problem. And it sounds like, the good news is, if this PRS company, you said they've created this already, so it can be done. That's great. And but to your point, they only do it for their guitars. So that's a great. I like that, because it can be done, but only doing it for their guitars. And you probably should be interesting to see what their price point is on that, because that may give you an idea. But I do think you've got to really focus on getting that done and figuring out what the cost would be. And if you reached out to any, have you interviewed people to see if they would be interested? It sounds like they would. I mean, I could see there being a need to, Ms. Ford's point, schools may want to use that. I don't know if they do teach guitar in school these days. maybe not, but teachers or, guitar stores, you may go in and talk to them and see if this would be something that they would be willing to put in their store, for sure. But I do like the idea, and if there's nothing out there like it, I think you definitely have something that would be very beneficial.
Have any of you all tried the PRS system?
My old neighbor, Mr. Azar, y'all may know him. He plays guitar, and he has a PRS and a very high-end model that has those locking tuners on them.
Okay.
And I actually did an interview with him not long ago, and he was the one that brought that to our attention. And he thought that, or he was the one that also told me that they're the only people that make that for their own specific guitars. So
yeah. I bet he has some guitars that are not PRS guitars too, doesn't he?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that interview, like, go get that on video.
Right.
Get an actual user telling you, hey, look, I got a bunch of guitars. I love this one because it's got this system. It cost me way more than I wanted to pay for it, but what I was paying for was that. If I could have that on all my guitars, that would be amazing. Like actually getting a testimonial from somebody like that has the PRS would be awesome for you all for your presentation. The other thing I think you could think about just in terms of prototyping, you know what? I bet people break their pieces on their PRS guitar and they need to get a replacement part. Like you could call PRS and say, hey, I want to see about getting a replacement part for my PRS guitar. Can I order one? How much does that cost? And then actually see if you could figure out a way, as just a basic prototype, to actually install a PRS peg on another guitar. Like there's some easy ways I think for you all to prototype this and to find out what your cost might be.
Borrow one from Mr. Azar. And let's
There you go.
and I'll tell you another big, which is interesting is, I don't know if any of you guys know Brent Berry, who lives, between here and Los Angeles, obviously. He is a huge guitar player, and he has a lot of guitars. He's very passionate about it because I've heard him play. He helped teach one of my sons to play. He goes to all the stores. If you could get in contact with him, or I could even help you with that, he'd be another great one to interview to see,
Yeah, you guys should hit Mrs. Bonar up for that contact.
The other thing to think about, I think we're about done, is just make sure that the PRS, look at and see if they have a patent, and make sure that you're not infringing on anything with that too.
Yeah, good point.
That's a very good point.
Very good point.
Yeah.
Great job, guys.
That's great.
Good job. This is really interesting.
Yeah,
I think y'all take it to the next level. Good stuff.
and I do like your branding too. That was cute. Good job.
Thank you.
Well done, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And judges will be starting again at 9:30.
Thanks.
All right, morning, y'all. If you will go ahead and share your screen, whoever's going to share your screen, and then we'll wait for our judges to come back. About half a minute left.
Can y'all see that?
Yeah, we can see that. We're just waiting for our judges. There's a few more. A minute left. Yeah, I don't see Ms. Ford, but I think she'll be joining us back in a minute, but y'all can go ahead and start whenever you're ready. Good luck, y'all.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Zane Colbert, and I'm the CEO.
I am Cinca Bragg, and I'm the Communications Marketing Officer.
I'm Nicholas Wheeler, and I'm the Communications Finance Officer.
And we are Freeline.
I don't know why it's not. It's not clicking through. There it is.
If you've ever been fishing before, then you know the feeling of waking up early in the morning. You might have to miss breakfast. You got to drive out to the lake or wherever you're fishing, get out on the water. It's cold, you're tired, but you're eager to fish. You're excited for that first cast. And right as you go to cast it, you get an equipment malfunction. Like this. I don't know how well y'all can see in there, but this is what's called a bird's nest. This happens in bait casting fishing rods, the most common type of bait fishing rods. It's tedious and it can take up to an hour to fix. It takes away from fishing and it's a very frustrating process. We're trying to create an add-on that we can put on any type of bait casting fishing reel that would prevent this. And here's how we're going to go about doing that. So if you'll look here, the two lines coming out that go on either sides of the reel, those would be two lines that would connect to the outside screws on the reel. They would then conjoin at the base of the rod there, as you can see, where there's a little rectangular box. That would be where the line would run through, and that box would tug on the line. So you'd have to adjust your drag, but it'd tug on the line so that way their line doesn't get spit out inside the reel. Instead, it would be outside, which is a much easier problem to fix.
Our customers are going to be beginning fishermen because we feel beginning fishermen will be easy to use this product since it's not going to backlash, get them into the bait caster. People who used the bait caster before that weren't able to use it because they didn't have the skill level yet to use it consistently, or parents who want their kids to have something easy to use so they can keep their lines in the water so the parents are happy and the kids are happy, so it's an overall good experience. Our competitors, this is the Shimano Kirito DC. This is the electronic version. This runs upwards to $500 and also has problems when water gets on the electronic chip it has that stops the line. Our timeline, so January 2021, we want to meet with our structural engineer, Alex, who our mentor introduced us to. And by February 2021, we want to have a prototype built and start testing our prototype. By March 2021, we want to start having our product produced. And by April 2021, we want to start making our first sales.
Our unique value proposition. Our unique value proposition is to keep you fishing. Fishing, for most of us, is about having fun
and spending quality time with your friends and family and creating bonds and memories that you want to remember forever. A mechanical problem is the last thing that you want to happen. It can ruin your day on the water and those memories that you want to remember as long as you can. We are also the only mechanical solution on the market. Other baitcasters that are backlash proof have an electronic chip that is programmed to detect when the bait hits the water. They are very expensive and can run upwards of $500. With our unit price of $50, that leaves us at a fraction of the price of our competitors that have digital chips. It's not doing it again. Our addressable markets. So our total addressable market is the number of active fishermen in the U.S. That is 47.2 million. With a unit price of $50, that leaves us with $2.3 billion in total revenue. For our service addressable market, there are 2.4 million licensed fishermen in Texas. With the unit price of $50, that leaves us with $120 million in revenue. But if we were solely able to get 1% of our service addressable market, that would still be 24,000 units sold and a revenue of 1.2 million. Our finances. So we plan on selling our product online as well as wholesale. Online, we plan on selling it at around $50 and wholesale $30. With units sold of 535, we got that from, if we start out at 20 units sold in our first month, 25, and have an exponential growth of 10% each month after that, that will leave us with 535 units sold and a revenue of $26,000. If we have a growth rate of 50%, that'll leave us with 871 units sold and a revenue of $43,000 for year 2. Our wholesale unit price is $30, and our revenue with 770 units sold will be $23,000, and the same growth rate of 50% will leave us with 1,155 units sold in year 2 and a revenue of $34,000. And my computer is really messing up. Go ahead, Zane. All right, so we are asking for $500. $450 of the $500 would go towards product design. We need to talk to Alex, the engineer our mentor has got us in touch with, and that's the price that our mentor said it would be around. All the remaining money we have would be used towards purchasing ABS filament. This would be how we would manufacture our product and our prototype at first. Thank you so much, and help us keep you fishing with Freeline. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Great. I love the branding, by the way. I like the Freeline, the way you've done that. It's really impressive. One thing I didn't see, and I know Ms. Ford is thinking the same thing, is did you put the cost on here? You had your GP and you had, profit, but I don't think I saw, and you've got $50, $49.99, $30 wholesale, but what was your cost?
So our cost would solely be just the materials used to make our product, and that's, and our would pretty much, that's all it would be.
Yeah, I think you definitely need to get with this engineer and find out what that cost would be before you set your sell price, to make sure that you are profitable. And I had a question. So it looks like from what you showed, the picture, is that essentially, it looks like it would attach to an existing rod. Is that kind of what? So
it's an app. It's not its own reel in itself. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, which is how you're different, because the other ones you have to actually buy the expensive reel. Okay.
Yeah, you have to buy a complete other reel for other solutions.
Okay, which that's actually good. And you think that this would work? And because I think, you've got to, I'm not a fisherman, so, or fisherwoman, and maybe Mr. Sauer can chime in, because it looked like you were going to have it coming out and then going together and go out. Mr. Sauer, you can probably give a little more feedback on if that's something.
I mean, this is certainly a real issue. It happens to me all the time. I am a fisherman, but I'm a lousy fisherman.
Yes.
So I'm the guy who has this happen to me and has ruined all kinds of days with me trying to teach my kids and all that kind of stuff. So all those things you said about,
yes,
hey, I want to be out there enjoying it, having lines in the water. I've had that ruined so many times by this very problem. So you described that really well. What I don't understand at all from your presentation is, what actually causes a backlash like that? You showed what it is, but what really causes that, and how does your product actually prevent that from happening? Like, how does that happen? How does it work?
So a backlash happens when you throw a bait caster. When the bait hits the water,
yeah,
there's a change in speed in the line, but that doesn't translate to the bail. So the bail's still moving at the same speed that it was when you threw it really hard to cast it, but the line doesn't really have anywhere to go anymore. So then the bail is just going to start spitting out line.
Right.
So what we were thinking for our solution was,
okay, so that was good right there. So because remember, you have people in your audience who've never experienced this before, who don't, even somebody who has experience who doesn't really understand how that happens. So that's something for your future presentations. You need to talk about how, what causes it to happen in the first place. Okay, keep going.
And our solution would go about fixing that, because if we could have our device just tug just the right amount on the line, then instead of line being thrown out inside of the reel, which is where it's really hard to clean up, it would just pull it through it would just pull all the slack line through the device and then spit it out before the first eyelet. So then at that point it'd just be slack line. It wouldn't be a jumbled mess.
Okay. All right. So that makes sense. So what is actually doing the tugging, and how does it know how much to tug?
So that was where we need to talk to Alex. We have tried to meet a couple times, but we haven't been able to. But we plan on meeting with him over the break and finding out just how we would go about doing that.
Okay. All right. So that is obviously the real key to this whole thing, right? And it's a little bit of what has me scratching my head a little bit about why nobody's done this before, right? You have the Shimano reel that costs $500 that they have to program to make it happen. Is a simple device that you put on your rod going to actually be able to do this? For me right now, great idea. I'd love to have the solution. I'm, to be honest with you guys, a little skeptical about, is this something that can actually be done? Hopefully you prove me wrong.
So does it basically just divert the extra line from inside the reel to outside the reel?
Exactly.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Because when it's inside the reel, it's still wrapped around the bail, and it'll throw itself under and over itself, which causes really big knots and tangles. But if it was outside, it would just be slack line. So you just have to reel that back in, or I guess you could throw it at the top if you wanted to.
Okay, so it basically prevents the tangling.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I echo everything that Mr. Sauer, Mr. Bonar said. It's, you need to show, get something to, prove that this is really going to work. Whether it's a prototype or, whether it's, just something taped or, on a rod and reel so that you can demonstrate that.
Yeah, that's, I mean, have you done that? Have you taken a little tube or something just to, and even tried to even see if you think it could work?
So we've kind of tried to use like a straw and like maybe like recreate somewhat how it would work, but we haven't been able to come up with an initial working prototype yet.
I think that's got to be your focus.
Yes, ma'am. That's why most of our money is going towards our structural engineer that our mentors invest in.
Yeah, and that's good because that's exactly what you need to be spending your money on.
Yes, ma'am.
And by the way, I did like in the intro that you guys actually brought out a fishing rod, and you were. Yeah. I mean, that again, it adds more to the presentation. So I did want to, tell you that I thought that was great, and you were trying to show us, even though virtually it's a little hard to see, but I think that's a good way. I like that you guys showed that. So, and it was impressive how you had the picture of exactly what that would look like. I don't know how you got that done, but I like that. Well.
Good job, guys. I hope you proved me wrong. Seriously.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
We hope we can.
It's getting people wondering, can it really be done?
Yeah.
And if y'all really are passionate about this and really get after it, I think I would love for y'all to prove me wrong. Be awesome.
All righty. Thank you for your time. Have a great
Great,
day.
very good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, y'all. Thank you. Okay, we'll start in 4 more minutes for the next one. y'all.
Hi. How are y'all doing?
Good. So yeah, Sarah, you can share your slides whenever you're ready. And it looks like waiting on just one more judge to join us. We have a few more seconds so we start. I'll let you know when she's back, and then y'all can start. All right, we are ready whenever y'all ready. Good luck.
Thank you.
Hey, Sarah, you're on mute. You're gonna have to unmute before you start your presentation.
Sorry about that. Okay, hello, we are Fruit Fuel, a big step into the preservation of our environment that you could be a part of in a way for you not to pollute and use your fruit. I am Sarah Basiri, the CEO.
Edward, you're on mute.
I'm Edward Hart. I'm the CMO of Fruit Fuel.
I'm Will Mosley. I'm the COO for Fruit Fuel.
I'm Carter Williams, the CFO of Fruit Fuel.
So, what is going on our planet? We have two major problems that our business is targeting. First, we have food waste, and second, we have the burning of fossil fuels. To begin with food waste, 40% of the food in the United States gets thrown away, which is equal to about 80 billion pounds yearly. Of this great amount, 1/3 of the nation's food waste is in the form of produce. So, what are the harmful effects of produce sitting in landfills? To begin with, produce sitting in landfills creates a great amount of methane in the atmosphere, which heats up our Earth.
And moving on to our second problem, an even more prevalent greenhouse gas is carbon dioxide, which is emitted primarily from the burning of fossil fuels like coal. This graph illustrates the history of emissions and how they are still very prevalent today and getting worse.
A big step ahead in the elimination of both fruit waste and a cutback on the burning of coal is fruit fuel. So what is fruit fuel? We take discarded produce, decompose it, and add it to several other materials that burn well as a fuel and process it into a coal replacement.
Our basic ingredients for a renewable energy source are fruit waste, sawdust, and newspaper shreds. And with those ingredients combined, we will use a grinder and hydraulic press to mix and compress our produce, newspaper, and sawdust to create our clean, effective briquettes.
So, fruit fuel is a modernized way for a similar process that has been tested in many universities, to list Cornell and the University of Georgia. This process is also widely used in developing countries since coal and other non-renewable resources are very costly and inaccessible.
And for our materials, our raw produce is actually free, which is the fruit waste from grocery stores and the consumers themselves. And then for our other two materials we'll combine it with, which is the sawdust and newspaper, they should also be free and or very cheap. And we have already reached out to a couple of lumber yards, and they have displayed interest in giving us free sawdust and investing in our product. And for our competitors, we are competing against coal brands, primarily for those home grills. And we have firewood brands, which is primarily for the fireplaces that people use. And then for our, an idea that's similar to ours is BioBrick, which is a New Zealand-based product. And it is only in New Zealand, and it is made solely from sawdust and not food waste. So we are planning on utilizing the food waste and getting a step ahead in the game from them.
What makes us better is not only do we reduce damage to the environment, we also provide a clean energy source for customers, as well as utilize and eliminate food waste.
So for our total accessible market, we found that there are about 80 million people who grill in the United States alone, and there are approximately 17,500,000 fireplaces in the United States. But for a sizable accessible market, we found that the number of people that grill in Texas is approximately 9 million, and there are about 2 million fireplaces in Texas, as well as approximately 4,000 barbecue joints, which is the type of restaurant we want to market to. So we have two different packages of Fruit Fuel. The 8-pound package would cost about $6, and the 16-pound pack would cost about $10. So in year one, we expect to make $10,500. And with a 70% growth rate to year two, we expect to make $18,000. And with a 100% growth rate in year two, we expect to make $36,000 in year three.
And for our next steps in our timeline, we are planning on manufacturing a prototype next week, which will be that actual briquette. And then we are planning on giving out samples of that prototype, small samples door to door, to get our name out there and see how much people would want to use it. And we're planning on creating a website where people would actually buy it from. And then we're planning on accepting pre-orders to see that displayed interest from customers. And then finally be able to sell in stores and online.
So we actually conducted a survey and we asked two main questions. We asked, would you be willing to pay for a more clean and renewable fuel source produced from food waste, and how much more would these people be willing to pay? So we actually had approximately 86% of the people we surveyed say yes, they would be willing to pay for a more clean and renewable source. And approximately 70% of people said they'd want to pay 10 to 20% more for a more clean and renewable fuel source produced from food waste. And our Instagram is Fruit Fuel Energy, and that's where we plan on marketing.
And we are asking for $500, and what it goes to is 140 in marketing, and then we have 100 in the hydraulic press, which will actually press these components together into the briquette, and then a grinder, which should also be about $100 to grind the fruit together. And then we have gas money, because we do realize that it'll take some time to get all these components and combine them. And then our packaging and our website, and then our samples that we're planning on giving out door to door.
So we hope you join us and be the change in your fruit future by not polluting and using your fruit.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good job, y'all. Nice presentation. So I've got a few questions. So I honestly was a little bit confused when you started this, that thinking about this as a new energy source. Like when you said that, I thought, we're going to be like generating electricity. Or something like that. And really it seemed mostly focused around grilling, which is fine. I don't think your message is clean. And I don't think it flowed. Like, is it about an energy source? Is it about a new way of grilling? So I think you'll need to really tighten that up. So let me ask y'all that question. Actually, is it mostly about replacing charcoal for my grill?
Yes, so we're trying to make a coal replacement. So anywhere that coal would be used, we assumed that it would be used mostly in fireplaces and grills. But if it could be used anywhere, burn as effectively, that would be the thing.
Definitely that.
I'm getting lots of feedback, but anyway, my feedback to you would be that needs to be much tighter. It just was not really clear to me about, that's really what it was. You can sort of got it a little bit in the middle of your presentation, a little bit again at the end, but I wasn't really sure. So how, and I guess I don't understand how this product is necessarily, that it burns cleaner than charcoal. Have y'all been able to demonstrate that? Is that a known thing that your briquettes burn cleaner than just a charcoal briquette?
Well, to start off with, it has been tested in universities and, as I mentioned, developing countries as it works effectively, and people in these universities are trying to get it out on the market since it does reduce and downsize damage to the environment.
Okay, so you're going to need to present a lot more data on that, I think, in terms of this is the amount of pollutants that come out of a regular grill burning regular charcoal. This is the amount of pollutants that come out of a grill burning a product like ours. That was not clear to me that is really meaningfully different between these two. I do think it's cool that you've got, free inputs into your product and things that people would throw away otherwise. And so you're taking something that somebody would throw away and actually creating a useful product about it. So that when you get part of the environmental thing there, you also get free inputs to your product. Both of those are awesome. And I guess my other real question for you all, and this would be something that y'all would have to figure out in your prototyping, is like a part of what people think about when they grill something, when they use charcoal or different kinds of wood, is the flavor that it imparts to the food, right? And if I've got a mix of rotten fruit in my charcoal, I don't know, is my steak going to taste like rotten fruit? So that would concern me. So you're going to have to really prove to me. I'm really passionate about grilling. I smoke stuff, all that kind of stuff all the time, smoke meat and stuff all the time. And I really think about the flavor that smoke imparts, and try different kinds of wood. And I would really want to know, what's it going to taste like? And is that going to be consistent? Like if I buy your product today, and if I buy it a week from now with a different batch of inputs into it, is it going to be a consistent flavor to what I got last week?
Yeah, I echo. I had pretty much the exact same feedback as Mr. Sauer. I was not clear up front. First of all, I do think you guys did a lot of research. I think I was very impressed. You've clearly done a lot of work, but I think the way that it was presented was probably is where I was kind of lost a little bit, because I thought the same thing. Up front, I was thinking, okay, this is going to be, some environmental, and then I'll be honest, even when you talked about what you were, you're making these briquettes, I think is what you called them. I'm sitting here going, well, what are they for? You know what I mean? I didn't, until you got to the point where you said the grilling, then I went, oh, okay, it's to replace. So I had never got what you were really trying to do with this, even when you said briquettes, because I didn't get the coal part, and my biggest concern was what would it taste like, because that's the biggest reason you grill. Would that taste the same? Can you put something in there that would make it have a certain flavor? And then, you said that you were charging $6 and $10, and I understand that most of your, most of your products are free, right? The sawdust, the newspaper, the decomposed, but you've got to figure out, right, how you're going to get that. And then there's labor to doing, the grinder and the press. So I don't think I saw a real cost, and maybe you don't know that yet, but again, we've seen this on a couple of presentations where we're getting a sales price, but we don't really know the cost. And that's really hard. I think it would be better to say, we're hoping we can sell it here, but we've got to figure out what our cost is going to be first, and just say that. And again, I think if you can't get your arms around what it's going to be from a barbecue perspective, I think you did also say you could use it as firewood. Is that correct? Maybe that, and again, some people, may like a certain smell, and I think there's just gonna be a lot of questions about, you may do a little more research as to people could really use these for, because my concern is that the taste piece of it and even the aroma, I would try and get a hold of one of these. If you said people have already made them, maybe you can find a way to get one, and maybe before you get too far down the road and ask those questions.
Okay.
Does that make sense? It's a great idea, I think, and I love the environmental piece of it too, but I just think those are some things that you need to look at.
So I'll give the similar feedback I've given to a few other groups too, which is, but again, with this product, like during your MVP, you shouldn't be spending any money on website or marketing of this. You should be producing a prototype, getting some product out there, letting people use it yourselves, help your mom or dad cook a steak, cook a piece of chicken, something like that, using your briquettes. How did it taste? Getting feedback from other people. That's what this should all be about. Don't worry about marketing it yet. Don't worry about a website yet. It's all about producing a product that people might want to buy, and then demonstrating that to the judges at the end.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Okay, well done, y'all.
Great job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, bye, y'all. Thank you.
Bye.
And we have a break until 10:15.
Samantha? Okay. Oh. So in the past, the athletics department had a form, a protocol where 2 people were allowed to be photographers for, different games and things. So there was 2 for football, 2 for basketball. It's not just one person typically. And then, so they had to go through that through the athletic office. Yeah. I'm not sure if they still do that. I'm guessing they do. And then any media is automatically given that. They can have access. So if they have their press badge on, if their newspaper, if their television, they can come. It's a public event. They can film whatever, as long as they obey, if they can't get in the penalty boxes or whatever. Yes. So those guys are the ones that need to, and sometimes people will come in under the guise of a personal photographer, but then they flip it and they go, oh, well, I also work for the Bernie whatever newspaper, and then so they try to flip it on us. So we just have to be aware of that, and that's where athletics kind of, yeah, it's harder. Yeah. Well, do you need me to reach out to him, or? Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's appropriate. I think what she did was appropriate, and sometimes they get mad because they're not on the list, or actual media, and they have to show credentials. Yes. But I think there's a protocol at the athletic office for only 2, and that's for safety, and I think they have to be bonded. Like, they have to have a bunch of stuff on file with them. Yep. Yep. You got it, girl. Yeah. And I will tell you, sometimes parents will hire photographers. I know Mary's been hired to take just, privately of the picture or, whatever. And so that's something that probably has to be negotiated with athletics too. Like, a parent needs to let them know, hey, is it okay if I bring a photographer? Yes. Yeah. And I would think Jen Fox would be a good contact for that too. Patty can give you the history on what they do, and then Jen can tell you what to do now. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, girl. Let me know if you need anything. If I don't see you, have a good holiday. Okay, girl. Enjoy your family. I can't wait. Yes, I know. That will be fun, though. Yes. Yes. Yes, they will, girl. You have no holidays until you graduate. So just know that you're not going nowhere.
Morning, y'all. I think we're waiting on one more team member, and I can't see Ella yet.
Billy is about to join.
Okay. I can see you now, Ella. And we're waiting on one more judge to return. Whenever y'all are ready, you can share your screen. And I'll let you know when our last judge joins. Okay, so he's here. Okay, perfect. We're ready. Whenever y'all are ready, you can start. Good luck.
Oh, sorry. Hi, I'm Billy Armstrong, and I'm the CMO of Sprit Spray.
Hi, I'm Kate Nielsen. I'm the CFO of Sprit Spray.
Hi, I'm Ella Williams, and I'm the CEO of Sprit Spray.
Hey, Boone, you're still muted. You're going to have to unmute and then represent. I'll just stay unmuted the whole time.
Sorry. Hi, I'm Boone Hetrick, and I am the COO of Sprit Spray. So I'll tell you what my day looks like every single day. So I wake up in the morning, I go to school, play football, go home, lift weights. All of these things right now in common have to do with masks. So when I wake up in the morning, I have to go to school, I have to wear a mask. During football, I even have to wear a mask. And we've learned through that entire 8-hour day and the 2.5 hours after school, your mask gets really sweaty. So our problem is, how do we prevent germs and things of that such to kind of get out, but not having to wash it, and also disinfecting it and creating a better smell?
So, what exactly is our solution to this problem? My team and I created a solution known as Sprit Spray. Sprit Spray is an all-natural disinfectant that you use on your mask that takes away the time of washing and drying it. It uses a few simple ingredients known as hypochlorous acid and essential oils. Can you skip to the next slide? Next one. Thank you. It includes a few simple ingredients known as hypochlorous acid and essential oils, which are completely safe on the skin and to inhale. Hypochlorous acid is currently on the list N for successfully killing COVID germs. It's also used in many cleaning supplies and materials as a disinfectant. Our essential oils that we're currently using are lemon, lavender, and peppermint. They also provide medical benefits. Lucky for us and for y'all, we have our prototype with us. It's the lemon scented. We've gotten great feedback on it. A lot of people, as well as myself, have tried it out, and we've been told that it smells great and people can actually scent a difference. So unfortunately, due to COVID, y'all are just stuck with seeing it. But if we were in person, I'd be happy to let y'all try it out and test it for yourselves.
Okay, so here are a few of our competitors. We have Mask Rescue on the right, or on the left, and Infusion on the right. And they both use essential oils just like we do, but theirs are $12 and $19. And we are much more affordable. And we also do the favor of cleaning the mask as we do making it smell good. So that's what sets us apart.
Okay, so based off of our problem and solution interviews, the price we came up with for our unscented spray was $6 base, and our scented spray was $8. In year one, we think we will grow around 90%, and in year two, we will grow around 90% in the scented category, and in the unscented category, only 70%. So the total addressable market, we took everyone we thought we would be able to reach and they would be able to purchase our product. We came up with this number, and that is the amount of people we think we will be able to sell to. Okay, so for our revenue in year one, we think we will sell $7,420 worth of spray, and we think it will double and triple in the coming years. Now, the price to make our spray, our essential oils, we came up with 8 cents per spray. The labels were 23 cents, the spray bottles were 54 cents, the salt was only 2 cents. So the total will come out to around 87 cents for our scented spray and 79 cents for our unscented spray, which gives us 89.13% profit in the scented category and 86.83% profit in the unscented category.
Okay, so this is our timeline as of now, and on November 1st, we created our prototype, and right now we are currently in the process of testing with Petri dishes, and what we do is we swab the mask down, and we put the Q-tip in the Petri dishes, and we are waiting to see like how much our spray actually cleans up on the mask, and we hope to reach our customers by January 30th of next year. You're on mute, Ella.
Thank you. I'm sorry. So for starters, our hypochlorous acid machine that is used to make the majority of this product is pretty expensive. It was $100. So we have already purchased it, but I would like to reimburse the person that helped us out with that. Secondly, our website is going to come out to around $150 for a yearly subscription, and we anticipate that we will sell a lot of our units online. And last but not least, our supplies and ingredients will come out to around $250 because we really want to get out into the market now since there is such a big market. So for items such as essential oils and labels, spray bottles, all of that is going to cost quite a bit of money. So we would like to just jump on that as fast as we can. So thank you so much for your time, and we really hope that you would invest in Sprit Spray with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So great job, guys. Good presentation. Yeah. I can start, I guess. I did have a couple of quick questions. So one thing I would, and I'd be interested in what the other judges think about this as well. You know, when you showed the competition, I felt like their branding was a little bit more of what the product was. Sprit Spray, because when I'd never expected when you said Sprit Spray that it was going to be around COVID and mask. So you may want to just think about something that's a little more catchy that they would say, okay, oh, wait a minute, I know what this is for, because I didn't picture this going into it. So maybe just think about that, and maybe even your picture, because I think the other ones had actual masks on them, and again, I think it was trying to think of the names. Infusia, I thought that was a little bit, I didn't really get that either, but it did have a mask on it, right? So maybe think about that, and let me make sure I understand the different. Does that make sense, Henry? Did you agree?
Yeah, totally.
Kim, okay. And then you said that the other two competition, they were $12 and $19, and you said yours would be $6. And did I hear it right that the competition is basically more of just a fresh, to refresh it to make it smell better? Yours would actually clean or disinfect and fresh. Is that what? Did I get that right? Okay. So that's definitely something that you've got to really, I know you mentioned it, I thought I heard it, but I would really focus on that.
Yes, one of our slides wasn't presented, and it did, it had like exactly how different we were. So I think we'll get through that a little too fast. So if you want us to go back, we can. Billy, or Ben, can you go back to the...
Yeah, we pull that slide up.
Yeah, that'd be great, because I missed it. So,
back. No, forward.
Forward?
Right there.
Okay. So, more
okay.
Scented, but when you say although COVID is temporary, we are not. What do you mean by that?
Yeah.
So since we're using hypochlorous acid as our base disinfectant, hypochlorous acid is used on a variety of things. Not a lot of people know about it. So it's used on towels, it's used on baby toys, it's used on cleaning counters. So when this successfully works on cloth, we're thinking about expanding into different markets, probably being like a disinfectant in the cleaning industry, but as well as on maybe gaiters for skiers or doctors and surgeons. So we're thinking about expanding down multiple avenues.
That would have been good to put in your presentation.
Yeah.
Because one of my issues was, I hope COVID truly is temporary, and I hope I don't have to wear a mask forever. And so, my thought was, you've got a limited time span for this product to even, make it. So definitely, let other people know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I was the whole time I was thinking, how long is this going to last? Right? You got a little window here. Now, I do think there's a couple of things the ways that you could address that. One is, other applications for your product. Like, what else do people use it for besides their COVID mask? And you talked a little bit about like skiers with gaiters. I mean, y'all ought to think creatively about that. I think you can also talk about that even though COVID, the real impact of COVID may be temporary, hopefully. I personally believe people are still going to be wearing masks.
That's exactly what.
I think we're going to see people on airplanes probably for the rest of our lives wearing masks.
Also, a lot of people in Korea are forced to wear masks in the airlines, and so I believe that there will be lots of moms, with their kids who are still going to want to be protective and wear masks. I think that although COVID will hopefully start decreasing, that there will be lots of people who still want to enforce the masks.
Yeah. So this is going to be a big question in the room for other investors. This is going to be the elephant in the room. So y'all got to go ahead and just tackle it right up front. Say, hey, we realize you may be thinking, are we going to be done in 6 months when everybody's getting the vaccine? No, because here's why. So you have to go ahead and do that. Boone, I thought your piece at the beginning, talking about where this idea came from originally, was great. But I think y'all immediately need to go into how will it apply to other people that are not high school football players? Because it does, but y'all just did not make that clear at all. You went straight from, I'm a high school football player, so I need this, so we're going to build a product. It needs to be more, your presentation needs to be more generally applicable for people. Some positive things I would say for you all. Hey, great job on your cost of goods sold, very detailed. That's the best one we've seen so far. Really laying out each individual item, what it's going to cost, that y'all have already produced some. And, if we had been there in person, you would have let us use it today. That's awesome. Great progress there. And actually, I think for your group, different than other groups, I would love for you all to start doing some marketing and seeing if you can sell this. I would go to stores locally and see if they'll pick it up. If you can get some retail stores to start picking it up just in the area. And then my other feedback to you would be, maybe instead of creating your own website and trying to sell through that, we've given this feedback to a few groups as well. There's great selling platforms out there where you just pay a little subscription fee. So Shopify, you should be selling on Shopify. It's easy, it's quick, it's low cost, and then you're doing all your marketing through Instagram or something like that, which would also be low cost and ability for you to get it sold.
Thank you.
Yeah, I also, just to that point, talking about, the COVID, and I mean, I personally, if you're saying that it's also cleaning, I mean, I hate the way that hand sanitizer smells. And I mean, like if you, and maybe you don't put a mask on it, but maybe you say, so, I mean, you could have some that have the mask and some that are just, because after COVID, yes, people will be wearing masks, but I wouldn't mind having, it looks like a small bottle. And I'm still going to be a little bit nervous, like when I go places and maybe I want to kind of spray it around a little bit, but it smells good. It's, not, I just think there is that broader, and you've got to talk about that up front. But I do think it's a great idea, and I'm impressed that you guys have already made some, and that you've tried it out. But the other thing I would be careful about, when you kept saying you can use this instead of washing, that's a pretty broad statement, because I don't know that, I mean, if you've got a mask, and I want to be careful that, are you saying that you could just spray this and you never have to wash it? Or this prolongs, because I know that I don't like wearing it one day and then having to walk, I've got several that, it prolongs the, I mean, I don't know. I just want to be careful about saying that, not marketing in a way that.
Yes, ma'am.
That makes sense.
Yes.
No, that makes complete sense. Thank you.
But I love that you've already got some made. I mean, and like I said, I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Start selling it at the high school. Seriously.
Understood, actually.
Wear masks all day long. I'm sure they get sick of them. You're selling to the whole football team, whatever it is.
Word and lots of local places around here.
Yeah, I mean, I would even venture to say, I mean, we're trying to, as we try to get people back in our offices, I mean, this would be something I bet my company would even buy a bulk and hand out to our employees. I mean, we're giving a mask, we're giving them, other things. And if they could give anything to make them feel safer or make their experience when they're having to work and wear a mask, I think you could go to businesses even and do things like that. I think you could really, if you can get this thing put together, and like I said, I do think I would work on the branding though.
For sure.
Right.
I think you'll really need to pay attention to Mrs. Bonar's feedback on that. It's not clear what this product is. The graphic doesn't tie to what it is. The name doesn't. I think you'll need to, I think you got a great idea here. I think you need to start over on your name and branding.
Yes, sir.
But great job, guys.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, well done, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next pitch will start in 2 minutes. Morning, y'all. Just can't see Noah yet.
Morning. Good morning.
Whenever y'all are ready, you can go ahead and start sharing your screen. I can see Noah now.
Okay.
And then just remember whoever is presenting has to stay unmuted the whole time. Okay, perfect. All of our judges are back, so whenever y'all are ready, you're welcome to begin. Good luck.
All right, thank you. Hello, we are Metaband. I am Luke Smith, the CEO.
I'm Jack Mabry, the CMO.
I'm Olivia Ramirez, the CFO.
And I'm Noah Watkins, the COO. Our product is a medical wristband that will alert the user to take their medication throughout the day through customizable timed vibration-oriented alarms.
So, here represents the total US population, with each icon representing roughly 5 million people. Here, yellow and red combined equals the total US population that takes prescription drugs. And red represents the total US population that actually misuses prescription drugs. So some of the consequences that we found from medication non-adherence is roughly 125,000 deaths per year, about $300 billion lost in medical costs for health insurance companies, and is actually 10 times more likely to die from medication non-adherence than homicide. So as you can tell, this is a very large problem. So we have a simple yet effective solution that addresses this need in the market. The Metaband wristband has integrated technology, a few simple parts that is going to vibrate to alert the patient to take their medication throughout the day. And our wristband is going to be customizable to the number of pills that you are prescribed to take throughout the day. So say that I have to take, I was prescribed to take 1 pill per day. I'm going to be issued a wristband that vibrates once a day, and 2 pills, so on, and 3 pills, so on.
These are a few of our competitors, such as simple reminders as the Apple Watch and phone alarms. We have the plastic pill boxes that are day-to-day that hold pills in them. Another one is an item called Health Hero, which is a box dispensary that allows you to place pills in them, and it dispenses them each day the right amount at the right time. And then the simple status quo of people just not wanting to change from their past ways.
So during our research, we learned that health insurance companies are constantly looking for new incentives to keep their patients healthy and differentiate their insurance company from competitors. So here's where Metaband comes in. What differentiates Metaband from the market is that we are flipping who our customer is, and instead of selling pill boxes that don't work or overly programmed pill dispensers, our wristband still has technology, yet it's inexpensive, and we are selling to in mass quantities to mainly health insurance companies, doctors, and pharmacies. And that's where then they can brand it and then issue it out to the public.
A few ways that this product can be sold, such as our customers are doctors buying our product to give or sell to their clients or patients. We have the public buying it just for themselves, and then health insurance companies buying it for their clients to ensure that their clients don't not take their medicine on time, have to go back, get a new prescription, or develop another health issue by not taking it on time.
Now we have our market sizing. We have our total addressable market and our serviceable addressable market. Now for our TAM, we have about 11 million people who are just on prescription drug users just in Texas. And that will make us about $56 million in projected revenue. And now for our SAM, we have about 900,000 prescription drug users just in San Antonio, which will make about $5 million in projected revenue. For our COGS, our cost of goods sold, As you can tell, it is very simple to make and it doesn't cost very much. It costs us about $4 and we will be selling it for about $10, which makes our gross margin about 62.6%. Our financial model shows that our 3 years, in year 1 we'll mainly be in San Antonio, and year 2 we'll be going more out of San Antonio, more into Texas, and year 3 we will be going out into Texas, but not just looking for we're not looking for territory. We're mainly looking for more customers and for more in order to make more money for us.
So for our MVP, we are going to be creating a prototype and issuing this prototype out to a test group. And with this test group, we want to be testing product comfortability, how comfortable it is. We want to test how reliable and effective this is. And so with this test group, we're going to be taking their feedback to hopefully further improve our product. And we will also want to reach out to local doctors and get their opinion if they think their patients will like this and if it is a valuable product.
What we intend to do in the near future is to have our website built approximately around the middle of January, have our prototype ready to go and finished by the beginning of February, and to start advertising by the middle of February.
We need $500 for the following, such as marketing, website costs, materials for prototype, and branding. Prototype is going to be the most just because we want to ensure that our prototype is safe and secure and is a good example for a test group that we're going to conduct. And also marketing and branding, maybe a new logo, and just help getting our name out there in as many ways as possible.
We are a MetaBand. If you're tired of forgetting to take your medicine, we are here for you.
Great job. Really good presentation. Well done.
Yep. Good presentation, Chris.
Absolutely. I mean, I think there's a great need for this. I have an 88-year-old mother, and she doesn't take her medicine as much as I think she should. So I'm a little confused about it. 1 time a day, 2 times a day. There's different bands, and can you program those for different times? How does that work?
Right. So what we're going to be looking to do is we'll have a band that vibrates once a day, and we'll have certain times that will be it'll be programmed to vibrate. And then we'll have a separate product that vibrates twice a day for those that need the 2 pills a day, and so on. So they'll be programmed accordingly to the number of pills that you need to take per day or medication. And so that's how we'll be solving that.
So, I mean, is the customer going to tell you what times of day they need it programmed for? Because people have different times of day that they take different medicines.
Yes. So we'll have a few different times that you can choose from. It won't be fully customizable to where the customer can choose these specific times, but we'll have a variety that they can choose from, and it will hopefully fit their needs.
So, I mean, it would be nice if you could have a band that you could program and it could do multiple times, because you may be, maybe you normally take once a day, but you go to the doctor and he says, okay, now you need to take another medication that's in the evening. And so you'd have to go get another band. And I think, I'll be honest, personally, I actually have an app that I use called MediSafe. And you may want to go look at that. And it's an app on my phone. And I have all the actual prescriptions that I take, and it has reminders, and it even reminds me when I need to refill. So I think you need to do a little more research into that. And because I personally I wear a lot of jewelry. I don't know that I would want to wear a band. I think now for probably to Ms. Ford's point, right? For an older population as a reminder, I think that would be probably, a little bit more of your market. I don't know that, I have an app, I use it. You got to think about that too. I think your target market is going to be more, I could see maybe elderly who would wear that, and maybe it reminds them.
Yeah, and that's still a very big market.
It is.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of this feedback. I think you'll need to, the way people take their this is absolutely a problem. I also have an 80-year-old father who's not very compliant about taking his medicine, and he needs to be. It really affects his day-to-day health and attitude and all of that. And we are constantly trying to come up with ways to make sure he takes his medicine. So there's a real need for this, I think. I think for some people, like Ms. Bonar, an app on the phone works. I actually really like this for elderly, for other people. Sometimes I've got my phone buzzing in my pocket and don't notice it, or my wife has it in her purse and doesn't notice it. So to have something physically, attached to me that reminds me, I would actually really like that. But I do think the way people take medicine is very custom, right? How many pills they take, what time they take them, how many times a day, and it changes fairly often, especially for elderly people. And so I think y'all got to figure out a way and you can charge a lot more than $10 for this thing. But I think you got to think about a way to actually make it programmable, where I could connect it to my phone and program the times that it goes off, and be able to change that without having to go buy a new band. But I love the idea.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, because as y'all talked about, this is a really big problem. And, so the true, the value of this is it's worth a lot more than $10.
Yeah.
If it truly work, and help people, live better and live longer and be more healthy and reduce their health costs and all those kinds of things. There's a true benefit here you have to think about what the real value to somebody is. And so don't try to be the cheapest thing on the market. Be the most valuable thing on the market.
I think people would easily spend hundreds of dollars
for
something like this. I really do. I would, for my father, for sure. So I think it's just a different approach to that. I did love the idea too that you all brought up about potentially selling to like an insurance company. This would be a great way for a Humana or something like that to differentiate themselves. Come be a Humana customer, and when you do, you're going to get one of these bands. So whenever you have medicine to take, your program and it's branded Humana, and the other people are asking, hey, your insurance company does that? So I love that idea as well, is thinking about maybe different ways to get to the market. One is to selling consumers directly, and another is maybe, doing it with a big insurance company or something like that, and being able to sell, hundreds of thousands of these.
Did you say that you guys have already met with someone about developing these? I know you talked about the battery, the circuit timer.
So we are currently working to find an engineer. We have one in mind, and we haven't started working, but we have looked into that.
I think if you can, my fear is if it's not programmable and it can't do multiple times a day, I would worry about, I don't know. I think you've got to, that's really where your goal should be with the engineer, is how can we make this programmable and we can have it set it at certain times and more than once a day. and if you want to make a $10 one that just, is simple, but I think you're going to have to, if you really want to get the market, I think to Mr. Sauer and Ms. Ford's point, you've got to make it where it's more flexible, and you can charge more for it, a lot more.
And we'll have ones that vibrate multiple times a day, but I see what you mean, how it can be even more customizable.
Yeah. All right, and I'm going to give you the same feedback I've given to lots of groups about their MVP plan. Y'all don't need to be doing any marketing, any website, any of that yet. You need to have a product that works. Every bit of your time, resources, energy, all of that should be going to developing a working prototype and getting users to use it and collecting some user feedback.
Okay, thank you.
Love the idea. Love that y'all are working on this. Y'all can figure this out. I'll be a customer for sure.
Yep. Me too.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you.
Job.
Thank y'all. Well done. And we'll start our next pitch in about 4 minutes. Okay, hi y'all. I can see y'all almost. I can see almost everyone. If y'all turn your cameras on, then I'll know you're all here. If y'all want to go ahead and start presenting your screen. Perfect. And then close. So you'll have to stay muted when you present the whole time. Okay. But you're still muted right now. Okay, whenever y'all are ready, y'all may start. Good luck.
All right, good morning. Thank you so much for being here, and we're really excited to show you what we've been working on. My name is Bo Prez, and I'm the CEO of ThermoSaver.
I'm Ether Zachary, I'm the COO.
I'm Clarissa Cardenas, I'm the CFO.
And I'm Daniela Alonso, and I'm the president of Product Marketing.
When we started this, we wanted to focus on bettering a product for the home, and that is the freezer. The refrigerator and freezer is an essential part of everyone's home, keeping food fresh and cool. But at the end of the day, it really sucks to be blindsided when your freezer breaks or it's left open throughout the day. This is something that many people face, including our own team. Daniela's family restaurant has faced this problem, and Etheridge's family ranch is miles away with no knowledge on how their freezer is doing. And the dozens of coaches and mentors we've talked to have also had this issue. So it's a clear problem. That's where ThermoSaver comes in. ThermoSaver is an incredibly simple but more than capable device that lets you know when your freezer rises in temperature, meaning it's open or broken. It has accurate monitoring and it's very small, so it doesn't take up a lot of space in your freezer. And it's easy to use and convenient, all the way from the wireless setup to using it. It's going to first connect through our website, but we also plan to create an app for instant alerts. We're even working with an app developer that is willing to give us his time to help us create this app.
So we do have some competitors. Our product is obviously not just a typical thermometer, but our biggest competitor is a Samsung smart refrigerator. It does do similar things, like it will alert you on your phone if your freezer door is left open, but it does not. But if your power were to go out, it couldn't do that. Also, our product is not $3,000, it's $99. So that is definitely saving you money there. And not everybody can afford just to go buy a freezer or a Samsung smart refrigerator. So that's why our product is beneficial to those. Everybody does have a refrigerator. Consumers with second homes, consumers with older refrigerators, and restaurants with food trucks and freezers are definitely our main customers that we're focusing on.
For our product, we will be selling business to business, and that'll be with other appliance stores such as Lowe's, Home Depot, A-Smart. And we will also be thinking, my team and I will be thinking about selling customer to customer by having our own website. We will start from our website, and our customer will be able to control it through the website by text message alert. And with future funding, we would go into developing our app, and that's how we would connect to our entrepreneur, and it will all start from there.
So we feel that an aggressive marketing program and success in the second year will create this level of growth, the 40% and the 95%. The COF and the GS is conservatively high and should come down with volume of production. So there would be more net income, and if so, we would put a good amount into the marketing of our production or our product.
To test our product, we are developing a prototype, and for the next 3 months, we are going to see if it actually works, and A, if it's actually convenient for our customers, and B, if it's actually something that solves a problem for our customers.
So how much do we need to make this possible? Well, we're asking for the full $500. 400 of this will go to the research and development of making our prototype and making sure it's the best that it can possibly be. The rest of the 100 will go to marketing and communications, which is our website and making the first set of ads that will go on Instagram and Facebook. So that is ThermoSaver, an incredibly capable device that makes your life incredibly simple. We thank you for your time, and we remember to keep it cool.
Great job, guys.
Thank you.
Good job. I want one.
Yeah, I want one too. I'm going to ask an obvious question. Was there a reason that you would just do the freezer and not a refrigerator, the refrigerator part?
I mean, you could both, honestly.
I mean, I guess, because I mean, if my, you know, or I guess you could assume if your freezer goes out that maybe your refrigerator, well, if one's left open though, right, not the other, both are pretty critical. So if you could develop the technology, I would just think about, you know, having one that would work in the refrigerator and maybe one in the freezer. You know what I mean? Depending on the temperature. So you guys haven't met with anyone to even see if this is a possible technology yet, or have you talked to someone?
We do have someone we can talk to. We have an app engineer and then like an electrical engineer. And so when we're making the prototype, we plan on talking with them too.
Yes, I mean, so y'all haven't created anything that, I mean, I remember you guys from the very beginning of the year, you know, listening to y'all, and that was a great idea. The thing I think on the presentation, if you could show like a lot of spoiled meat or talk about how much, you know, how many dollars of product is in the average freezer that can be ruined, because I mean, we've all had it happen, and it's not just people with second homes and older refrigerators. I mean, a lot of people have just a second refrigerator in their garage.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a lot of market here. But I would encourage you to think about selling to right to the customer as opposed to the business first. You know, focus on that in this next, you know, this first timeline, and you know, get it out to people that you know, and because like, I mean, you've got a great audience in where you live. So, you know, lots of people have second refrigerators, second homes, all those kinds of things. But, you know, I think it's all about getting that prototype out there.
Yeah, and even and to your point, I mean, for me, I don't have a second home, but just not being at home and working all day, you know what I mean? If I get a notice that my freezer has gone out and I'm at work, I'm going to leave work and go take care of it immediately. So, I mean, I would be really, you know, give those scenarios, because I think it could be second home. It could be you've got one in your refrigerator. You could be at work or on vacation. I mean, there's so many different scenarios. The market here is huge. But I think you've got to figure out how to get I think you've got to make sure that you can get this made and focus on that.
Right.
Yeah, you know, similar feedback I've given to all the other groups. Like, thankfully you said you're spending most of your money on a prototype. All your money should be on a prototype. Get something that works. Come show us that it works. You've already got you've got 3 buyers right here, for sure. We've all experienced that. Look, you got a friend next to you, Bo. Anyway, it's all about getting a working product. So I would love for you all to develop this. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
You're going to need to be, when you come back, you know, in addition to being able to have a working product, I don't think we got a lot of detail on the cost of your product either. Like, how much is it really, what are the component costs of it? How much is it going to cost to manufacture this thing? You know, y'all kind of, you know, $99 price point sounds okay to me, I guess. But I don't know how that compares to how much it really costs for you to make one of these things, manufacture it and sell it.
Right. And when you figure that out and then you start pricing it, then you can talk about, you know, the value of that and how much, you know, yeah, it's going to cost $100 or $150 or whatever it is, but it could save you all this money in this lost meat and all those things. And so you can talk about, you know, why it's valuable.
Yeah, and lastly, the only other thing I would say is, you know, if you guys have got, you know, these application engineer and an electrical engineer that you have a contact. I wouldn't wait till January. You need to get on the phone with those guys immediately to find out if this is going to work, because if you find that it's not going to work, or you'd have to pivot pretty quickly. And I would imagine that it can work and you can build something, but you need to talk to them about it sooner rather than later and get started on your prototype, because I could see something like this taking a little bit longer. You really need something for pitch night that was a usable, that you could show that you could actually, that it works.
All right, that's good feedback. Thank you.
Chris, you're muted. I don't know if you're going to say something there. No.
Good job, Bill.
All right, great job. Well done.
Great job.
Have a nice day.
All right, judges, we have a break until 11:20. Thank y'all. Hey y'all, I can see if Jack and Abby, if you want to turn your cameras on, know that everything's working. And whenever you're ready, y'all can share your screen. Perfect, I can see that. And our judges are back waiting on one more. Perfect, we're all here. So whenever y'all are ready, you can start. All right, good luck, y'all.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us today. I'm Victoria Torres, the CEO of BookSwap, a new chapter in textbook exchanges designed to eliminate the hassle of buying and selling textbooks. I'd like to introduce you to the rest of our team.
I'm Mitchell Patterson, CFO.
And I'm Jack Casey, the CMO, and this is our BookSwap team.
So what exactly are we solving? Having experienced the difficulty of buying and selling textbooks firsthand, which I'm sure many of you have as well, we have decided to eliminate third-party sellers and connect students directly on our platform, which will host the exchange. Starting out locally based, we will allow students to pinpoint a location somewhere on their campus in order to abolish the cost of shipping. Rather than upcharging the price of used textbooks, we will simply take a transaction fee of 15% from the exchange when a book is sold. Currently, our top competitors are Amazon and campus bookstores who sell both new and used textbooks for steep prices and buy books back for low prices, leaving both the buyer and seller with less cash in their pocket.
So what is it that sets BookSwap apart from the competition? For starters, our website will have geo-filtering capabilities that will customize the experience of our users by allowing them to input their specific locations. This will connect them to other students on their college campuses so that they can meet in a public location to speedily and seamlessly exchange their books. Student-to-student swaps eliminate the need for the costly shipping fees that often arise when buying or selling textbooks to massive corporations. By providing the time and money-saving features aforementioned to our users, BookSwap empowers students to take control of their educational experience and manage their money in a way that is beneficial to all parties. If every college student in the United States were to purchase just one single $50 used textbook through BookSwap, we would gain a 15% transaction fee of $7.50 for every single book exchanged. This would add up to over $141 million. And if every single college student in the state of Texas were to do the same, BookSwap would earn over $11 million.
We're aware that a lot of college students and high school students are frugal, and they have to spend a lot of money on purchasing textbooks or other school books each year. So our targeted customers would be any high school or college student that needs a cheaper and more cost-efficient way to get their textbooks for school. Our customers will be able to swap or sell textbooks to other people near them for a good price. This would help the students save a lot of time and money because they're not paying for shipping or full price for their textbooks, and they're also meeting up with people close to their general location. We've already started and will continue to use social media like Instagram and many other platforms to promote our service. We've also already used local businesses like Penny Lane to promote our service, and we will continue to use local businesses to promote our platform. We've met with an IT specialist and discussed our ultimate goal, which is developing a user-friendly website, which will allow for our person-to-person service to run smoothly and efficiently. And this is a mock website of what we came up with.
Because students tend to buy textbooks at the beginning of their semesters, BookSwap will mostly be selling during peak periods, meaning that we will be having seasonal overhead. As presented in our pricing model, we gathered information from college students and have estimated how much they'd be willing to sell their textbooks for. As an example, a textbook sold for $125 with the 15% transaction fee included would be giving us $18.75 in revenue. Moving on to our 3-year summary. By year 3, we expect to sell almost 2,000 textbooks in accordance to a 75% growth rate. Although seemingly high, our growth rate is conservative in correlation to other community-based startups. By year 3, we predict an annual gross profit of almost $20,000.
After receiving funding, the first thing we want to accomplish is purchasing textbooks from local colleges and schools to sell off our Instagram. After we've sold textbooks, understand the market better, and seen progress, we want to start to do research and start to develop a user-friendly website. After our website is completely developed and is polished, we want to launch it as soon as possible. Then once our website has been launched and is running well, we will utilize ads to continue to spread the word of our service.
We've created an Instagram page to test the viability of our service. With this page, we will be able to list and sell textbooks, starting out with books needed for dual credit courses offered at our high school, and also buying and selling from college students living in the Alamo Heights area.
We are here today to ask you to support our company through a $500 investment. With $500, we would be able to test and prove the business model that we believe will revolutionize the textbook market. Our end goal is to build a fully functional website that fits the needs of our users. But we realize that to earn the funding and support for this big goal, we must first test our minimum viable service through our BookSwap Instagram page that Mitchell previously mentioned. We plan to purchase textbooks from local college students and list these books on our Instagram to see who would be willing to purchase through our service. Once we reach a certain number of purchases and turn a profit, we will begin our website development in earnest. We plan to put the remaining funds towards spreading the word about our new company through the use of social media ads and flyers.
Empower your peers, take control of your education, and swap your next book with BookSwap. Thank you for your attention. We can now answer any questions you may have.
Excellent presentation, you all. Great job.
Great job.
Really, really well done. I love the idea. I love your name. I love the logo, all of that. It's great. I guess really my biggest question is compliance with the transaction fee. Like, how do you ensure that the transaction actually happens on your platform, as opposed to, I've got a book I want to sell, Mrs. Ford wants to buy it, and we go over there and go, okay, well, we could do this, and BookSwap gets their $11 fee, or how about if I just sell it to you, and you pay me a little bit less, and we actually work out the transaction between us and leave BookSwap completely out of it.
So
we're taking that issue with Sidekick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once we establish our website, we will kind of create like a user name, and you can't put your personal information on there, so you wouldn't be able to go around it. And it wouldn't be just like an open platform. It would be secure, and you have like a username and password that you use, and kind of like Amazon, the way you buy and sell textbooks on there, like you can't go around it. It's just kind of, you know who the buyer is, and you'll end up meeting up with them, but you can't go around it because you can't post your private information.
But I still don't know how, at some point, what's different from Amazon is that at no point, if I buy a book on Amazon, do I actually meet up
exactly
from delivering the product to me. With your model, which I love, I love that it's localized. Mm-hmm. I love that it's efficient. It takes out the shipping costs and all of that, and takes out the campus bookstore. Like, there's some interesting things to it, but what it does is it actually has a physical meeting between the buyer and seller, which is a perfect opportunity for them to leave you out, to leave BookSwap out of the whole process, and you don't get any revenue. They're just using your platform for free to make that connection.
Yeah, I think the only way to get around that would be that, they might be able to swap, but the only way for them to pay for the book, right, would be to go through your website, right? So in other words, they would have to, and I'm just thinking out loud. It seems like, they post a book, they pay, and then after they've paid, maybe then they meet up, because then you're able to control the dollars. But still, I mean, because it would also be awkward. I mean, how are you going to set up a meeting place without giving phone numbers? And in that way, they would still be able to go around.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea, is you actually don't share the contact information of the other person
until they pay.
Transaction has happened. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. Anyway,
but the other thing is, I mean, I'm not sure I'd want to pay before I got the book. So I'll tell you something that we talked about a lot with Sidekick. Because, I mean, it was the whole same thing. We could have, you know, when the homeowner got, you know, hooked up with the student, then they could just hire them forever and keep Sidekick out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So what we talked about was having memberships, and so your students, you know, could pay for a membership and then use your service, and then you've got and then they cut their own deal, they do their own thing, and you've got a membership kind of a business instead.
Interesting idea.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this, guys, and only because I've got the college students and the books. I do know that my son, my oldest, has sold textbooks on Facebook Marketplace. So just be thinking about that. I mean, I like this because so you got to be careful about the fee, because obviously, you know, Facebook, but they do meet up. So I like this because it is more catered just towards this. And I know it's definitely a problem. And I know that a lot of the kids don't like to get on Facebook Marketplace, but I do know that my son has done that and met up with the person. Now, usually they do pay first. You know, I think a textbook, unless it's in just terrible condition, you know, I would think, you know, you would have to say new, partially, you know, used, or, you know, something like that would affect the price, and maybe they put a picture of it out there, I don't know, on your website. But let me make sure I understand. Is the concept that because I'm confused by what you want to use the money for and the concept, because I thought the concept was that people would come to the website, they would sign up, and they would post their books on your website that say, I'm trying to sell these 5 books. Here's a picture, new, gently used, or whatever. Here's the price I want to sell it for. And then you've got someone who logs on, right? You're just the middleman, and then you connect them. Okay, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, and we had somebody else that was talking about something similar, that they, you know. So I guess when you said you wanted to go spend. I think you said you wanted to go spend a significant amount of the 500 just to buy books. You know, what would prevent you from going out and finding some folks who actually have textbooks to sell? I mean, I could probably I've got probably some in my house that I'd love to sell. I mean, instead of buying, because then you're going to prove if it works, right? I hate for you guys to go spend money on books, and then if you don't sell them,
yeah.
Or if you can go find, I'm sure. Again, I've got books that you know, that I would give you and I'd love to sell them because I've got them stuck in my house. So, you know, and even books like, you know, I've got ACT prep books that you could sell. I mean, I bet you I've got 6 in the other room, and I'll give them to you, right? Or that, you know, or actually I wouldn't mind making them. But I just don't want you to spend that money on books when I think you could get them for free and use that money for other things. Mm-hmm. Like figuring out how you're going to do the payment thing, right? If you do a membership. I mean, Kim, do you think, so when you guys at Sidekick, because I understand worrying about that service, I'm just wondering if they did the transaction themselves and they did new, or, you know, I guess you could always, if someone misrepresented and you had a complaint, you could remove them. I don't know.
Or the person can reject delivery. Is just say, hey, I'm not going to take this book. And they go back on the website and said, I rejected delivery, return my money.
Yeah. But then you're still in control of that money. If you don't do it that way, you're never, I agree with Mr. Sauer that you're going to unfortunately lose out. But I think if you focus on how you can get that transaction going, even if it's a Venmo, I would think, but I don't know.
Yeah, the Venmo account's a great way to do it. But the other thing you have to be careful of is to make sure that this is really safe, and that you don't have bad actors coming in and trying to meet up with, college students. So, that too is a membership, kind of a membership thing is good, that you vet some, the people that are in the group that are members. It's just a different kind of business model, but it might be easier, because I know that getting the website going so that you can truly take payment and that kind of between two people in the transactions is a whole lot more difficult than it is to just get someone to pay you to be a member. And so you might think about that first, and then and get your thing going, and then get to the place where you can take it to the next step. But it's a great idea. It just takes a lot of steps, especially when you're dealing with money and people meeting up that don't know each other, and it's just, there's lots of things like that.
Yeah, I think when you sign someone up, even if you don't have the website yet and you're just doing it more on Instagram, I think you would have to have some sort of contract or some sort of terms and conditions that they agree to that would limit you from a liability, and maybe state that this needs to be done at public place and so forth, but somehow to mitigate your liability. I think, and maybe even when you have those folks that you may go validate that they're a real college student, not. Although you could probably get a mother like me who has a bunch of books who wants to do. But
I think we'd let parents get on there too, right, guys?
We weren't exactly closing the portal to having shipping as an option. It's just more convenient for college students. We did some surveys and found out that most would not mind at all meeting in a public place, and we included a disclaimer on our website. We were planning on doing that it would just be so much simpler, like meeting at this Starbucks or outside of this dorm, So we figured out that wouldn't necessarily be an issue, I guess, in their opinion, but we understand that it could.
Let's see what Facebook has on their marketplace, because I know that when I've sold on there, it's usually meeting up as long as you're local. You may go see, they've got to have some, I didn't read it, I should have, some language, I bet, out there on Facebook Marketplace about, to protect them. So I suggest you maybe go look at that. A great job. Love the idea.
We really wanted to thank y'all for your time.
Thank
Good
you.
job.
Absolutely. Good job. Good luck to you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good job, Loyal. Thank you. And we've got 3 minutes until our next presentation. morning, y'all. We're just waiting on. Okay, Sammy's trying. Brian. Hello. Okay, you've got about pretty much time now. If one of y'all wants to go ahead and share your screen, I'll let you know when all the judges are back and we can start. And then, Madeline, you'll have to go ahead and unmute before you start presenting because you'll have to just stay unmuted the whole time.
Can you guys hear me?
We can. Okay, Madeline, you'll have to stop presenting real quick and then go back to the Google Meet and unmute yourself and then do what you just did again. There. Can you say something? Check.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you now. Okay, perfect. All right, whenever y'all are ready, you can start. Good luck, y'all.
Hi, everyone. We're Blue Shayless. We're just a tap away. So this is our team. I'm Madison Brimhall, co-CEO.
Hi, I'm Brian Alage, co-CEO.
Hi, I'm Madeline Funk, COO.
Howdy, I'm Greg Woodson. I'm CTO and CFO. We are an all-inclusive documentation and inspiration wellness app that allows the ease of recording physical symptoms while getting inspiration for healthcare and allowing you to share your journey with ease with your healthcare providers.
So with the rise of mental, chronic and physical issues within younger and younger ages, we're starting to see three major problems. The first being logging information properly and correctly, also the logging and communicating properly with your doctor, and the third being having motivation to do things and just get out there. So our solution for this problem is our app. So our app helps both mental, physical, and chronic illnesses of all ages. We're completely inclusive. And with the use of our subscription service, we have a PDF option that eliminates the fear and the confusion of speaking to your healthcare provider. So this is an example of what the inside of our app would look like. So with a quick tap of the button, you can save your current symptoms that you're feeling inside of your journal. Inside the journal, you have a My Symptoms list, as well as your diary of what would be like a diary to give your doctor more of an inside look. And this all saves automatically with your date and time on your phone. Well, we are an all-inclusive app. We want to start with Gen Z and millennials so they can have a safe and easy way to communicate with their doctors. We never want to be a middleman, but more of a best friend. Our target is that we want our customers to feel a sense of ease while talking to healthcare providers and not compromise their personal information in the process.
Now we have three major indirect competitors. The first one at the top, called Epsi. This app only lets you track and record seizures. Following one, called Remente, is a stretch management and motivation app. Lastly, Roundheld. This app only allows you to record medication and sends you reminders. Now we felt like there was a big hole between these three. That's when we come in. Our app will be a mix between all these, allowing you to record more than one illness.
So what separates us from everyone else? Well, you can record your symptoms so you don't have to remember them later. It's a lot easier than going into a doctor's office and trying to remember them off the top of your head, or bringing in a big notebook, or even scrolling through your notes app trying to find it. They include more than just one physical, mental, or chronic illness. You can include all three of them. It's student-based, so you know we probably won't be scamming you. And it's a great inside look at the communities we're helping. My family has a good connection to the mental and physical illness of this kind of sector, and we all are deeply connected to it.
We conducted a little bit of research, and we found that 56% of Americans attend a doctor at least biannually, and 40% of Gen Z has a phone. I know personally, me and my siblings are on our phones quite a bit, so this app could be so helpful for my family. So my parents and my brother can help log new symptoms and tics that he may be developing to then give to his doctors.
Well, you may be asking, why did they go with an app? Well, we sent out a survey and received a large amount of positive feedback from friends, strangers, outside communities, and many more. We will also love to leave our mark. The thing we're testing is if people will trust us with their symptoms and feelings. And the way we measure success is by having 1,300 subscriptions by the end of the year. Some of the goals we have as a company is find a developer, get onto the App Store, and acquire a marketing budget to let the communities we are aiding know we are here for them.
So with marketing, we have two different sections. We have advertising and collaboration. So with advertising, we have Google AdWords, social media ads, and social media posts. Social media posts is completely free. It's just using targeted hashtags and getting more exposure out there. So that will be the base of our our advertising until we get more funding. Collaboration will be influencers who specialize inside of this field, these areas, and events with teams and healthcare professionals to get our name out there.
So we are planning on doing a subscription base with 3 different monthly options that include our 1 month, our 3 month, and our 1 year, all at different price points. Our subscription will include the PDF up front, and then the more that we develop, the more that we're going to add to the subscription. And we are planning to make $4,000 our first year once we reach our 1,300 subscriber count.
So we're asking about $500 to reach our first goal. We're going to put $250 towards development, creating a prototype, getting something that people can really get their hands on and look at. $100 is going to go towards testing. This is looking at bugs, little minor details, get feedback on what people think. The next is $50 for a website. This is just kind of an in place for the app while the app is in development. And then $100 for operational costs. These are just for unforeseen fees, little things that might cost us a little bit of money.
Well, how will we get there? On the start date, we hope to gain funding and begin looking for a developer. Once we find them, hire him and tell them who we are and what we do. On April 30th, we hope to have a working prototype, and by May 4th, begin beta testing the prototype.
So while we are having a targeted demographic to begin with, we'd love to expand into different markets. For example, we'd love to work with colleges and their mental and physical health centers. We'd love to work with healthcare providers, maybe offer a discount for a recommendation. We'd also like to widen our age demographic and work potentially with retirement homes. So this is our pitch. Thank you so much for hearing us. We're Blue Sailor.
Thank you.
Good job, y'all. Thank you. So I've got some, I'm trying to understand is really the purpose of that. I mean, is this a journaling app essentially where I would be journaling symptoms I'm encountering?
Yes, so exactly.
Right.
So it's kind of like a journal app, but it's a little bit more different because not only does it include the journaling feature, we're going to also be adding motivational quotes at the end of things, giving more affirming things, as well as our automatic symptom logging area, which is something you can't automatically have in a journal. So
What do you mean by automatic symptom?
So with what it is basically you open up your phone, and when you open it up, there's going to be a list of symptoms where you can just quickly tap on one of them and save it to your journal, and into the journal. The symptoms are automatically logged with your phone date and time, so you don't have to type it all out because sometimes these symptoms are muscle, like issues with your hands, issues with talking and communicating, your mind isn't working, but you can quickly just read and pick whichever one you want, and it will offer you that easier than just writing it all down.
And this is something that then I keep on my phone, and the next time I go to my doctor, I'm pulling up the app and being able to explain it to them. I'm not sending it to my doctor.
That may be a future feature that we see. I think that if it's kind of like every few months you'd send something to your doctor just so your doctor can get a look at it before your appointment and kind of get to the details faster.
Okay.
Is that the PDF that you were talking about?
Yes, it is.
Correct.
So you were saying that, because I'm trying to understand, like Mr. Sauer. So you can say, okay, I'm having these symptoms, maybe take some notes every day. I'm feeling worse. My temperature's this, and then you can either print a PDF and send it to your doctor, or take it with you when you go in, or pull up your phone and you've got all that information so that you're kind of, okay.
The PDF would also include, so it's not just a list of like what your journal is, it will also have like charts and like graphs and stuff, like a pattern of things to show your doctor so they can just look at it much easier than having to read through everything. But they can still read through it all.
And the charts and patterns would be based on the
So,
symptom, or?
For example, it would be like a bar graph. So there would be a symptom. So on like Tuesdays, Like on this Tuesday, I felt really more nauseous than I did. I have logged nauseous 3 times versus on Saturday, I only logged nauseous once. So it would show the different times and when it would be compared to the other days.
How are you going to make sure that this information is safe? Because this is very sensitive information.
So you wouldn't be logging in any personal information. So you wouldn't be logging medications or anything. So we're completely good in that we wouldn't have to deal with HIPAA in that way. But we have discussed maybe in having a password on to the app so that nobody else but you can use it.
We're also looking at using AWS servers, which are more safe for Amazon Web Service servers that will have the ability to keep us safe and keep all of our information stored properly.
Yeah, so I think you're still going to have to deal with HIPAA compliance. I think you're absolutely going to have to be able to demonstrate that you are HIPAA compliant. So, you know, I think this is I think it's a cool idea. And can be useful for people to be able to remember what their symptoms were, how they were feeling, what that specifically was, what time of day it was, what other situation there was. I mean, I think this could all be really useful for people. I think it's going to be complicated. I think it's going to require a bunch of compliance. You know, being able to demonstrate compliance around security and HIPAA compliance. And with all that said, I mean, this is going to be an expensive app to build, like tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars would be my guess to build this. Just I'm not trying to talk you all out of it necessarily, but just you know, $250 for app development isn't going to get you very far.
Did you guys interview people and ask if they felt there was a need for this? I'm just curious. I don't know that I saw.
Yes.
You did? Can you talk
We
about
did interview. We all posted a Google form onto our different social media accounts and sent it to family. And we basically, on the form, we had them fill out different questions asking like what they would want to see in the app, what they think it needs, and different stuff like that.
But that was just to your families, or did you go outside? That
we went outside of that. We shared it with many Facebook communities. We also shared it with strangers, and we just told them share it with whoever you know, not just family. We received over 100 feedback on the positive. Many of them told us yes, they would pay for it. Some of them told us no. I remember it was 60% they said yes, and the rest said they work on it on the payment.
Will you all go back to your pricing page for a minute?
Yeah, that was my question as well. I don't understand how that works.
Yeah, I don't understand why it's cheaper for 3 months than it is for 1 month.
So our app is, it doesn't really work if you don't have it for a long time. So we want to encourage having it for as long as possible and really using it for as much as possible. And I think that just having different price points, we think that having different price points is the easiest way to do this. I think 1 month, it's not quite as effective as we would want the app to be. So you kind of feel more inclined to use it with your 3 month.
So is it $5 a month for 3 months? Just $5.
For $5 for 3 months.
I'm just going to tell you that's confusing pricing.
It's super confusing.
You would be better off doing 3 months for $5 and 6 months for 10 and 4. I mean, that is confusing.
I would like to say with the cost of that product, my family has already built and owns a medical app company where we made this. So while it does seem like it's expensive at first, we already know the procedure for this and how it could go. And we are fully confident that we'd be able to get something out there and ready to go very soon, even with this limited budget of $250.
Okay, you sound confident in that, and you've got some background in it, so maybe I'm wrong. That's great. That's great.
And
go ahead, Ms. Berman.
I have one more question. Where did you get the name? What is that mean? Blue Salus?
Salus.
Salus?
So blue is kind of the theme of our app. We want it to be kind of a bluer color because we did a ton of color research and came to the conclusion that blue was a really comforting and great color. And Salus is actually the goddess of wellness and well-being.
Okay. Okay. I was just curious. It was unusual. Thank you.
And to go back to what you guys asked about HIPAA, I would like to say that there's actually a growing number of healthcare companies that are compliant with HIPAA on AWS servers, which is the server that we're looking at to use. They are healthcare providers, healthcare payers, etc. AWS enables healthcare and entitles use to secure AWS environments to process and maintain and store information. So the good thing about going through a pre-made area like this and not a private server like that is it already helps us get through and help with HIPAA compliancy.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely accurate with that.
That's correct.
I think there's more to the HIPAA compliance than just where the data lives. What you're talking about is exactly the right way to be thinking about it, which is like what services are already out there that from a data storage, from an app delivery perspective that provide us that compliance, but there's going to be more to it than that. But good point. You're absolutely right.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, y'all. Great job.
Great job, y'all.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your time. Bye.
We've got about 4 minutes till our next one. Okay, I've got about a minute, but if you want to go ahead, if someone's going to share your screen, whoever's going to share needs to unmute and then just stay unmuted. Waiting on Madison too. Oh, there she is. Perfect. Who's sharing y'all's screen?
Madison.
Okay, Madison, you'll have to unmute first and then share your screen. That way you can stay unmuted the whole time. If she's having internet issues, somebody else might want to share.
Madison, is your internet good?
I think y'all pick someone else. Hey, Madison, can you hear us? Yeah, I don't think she has good connection, y'all. Julia, do you want to share your screen? Hey, Madison, can you hear us? Okay. Julia, why don't you go ahead and share your screen, and we'll try to get Madison linked in, and if it doesn't work, I'll just keep going.
How do I share my screen?
Do you have your slides up?
Yes.
Okay, so go to the Google Meet and then scroll down to the bottom. You'll see that Present Now at the bottom. And then you'll share a window or a tab, whichever you want to do. Is it working?
There we go. Sorry, y'all. It wasn't working great.
Okay, so can you hear us now, Madison?
Yes. Sorry, y'all.
Okay. If there's any issues along the way, because your screen just stopped sharing now, you want to go ahead and share? So I'll be here too. So if y'all have any big technical issues, I'll try to jump in and help share if we need to. Okay. All right, whenever y'all are ready, y'all can start.
Okay. Hi, we are Quick Change. Have you ever found yourself in a public restroom and needing to change your baby and finding an unsterile environment to change them in? Well, we have the solution for you. We found that over 90% of all bathrooms are contaminated with Pseudomonas, influenza, and other noxious bacteria. And a staggering 1 out of all 9 baby changing tables are infected with these. That is where we came up with our idea. Hi, I'm Madison Adami, CEO.
Hi, I'm James Sobey, CCO.
I'm Julia Marco, CFO.
I'm Henry Hogan, CMO.
I'm George Rakowski, COO.
The problem we identified was unsanitary baby changing tables. So our solution to that idea is basically an attachment that adds on to the already existing baby changing table with a simple clip. It is a roll of plastic that is perforated, fitted to the tables, and it is also a rough plastic material so that the baby doesn't stick to the plastic or the plastic doesn't stick to itself. The reason why we chose plastic over paper is because there could be liquids on the table, and paper and liquids don't mix well, because with paper, they're just simply it would simply cause a hole, and plastic, you could wipe it off and throw it away.
We find Qualicare to be our primary competition because they have a similar product on the market. Their product is similar to the toilet seat cover dispenser, in which it is anchored to a wall near the changing table and contains sheets of paper that you can pull out and place on the table. Although this product may seem convenient, our product Quick Change is easier to use and better quality in comparison. As we said before, with our materials, we'd be using recycled plastic instead of paper. That would overall be much more practical in this case.
To start our business off, we want to give away 5 of our prototypes to local businesses like Zoe's Kitchen, Panero Bread, Stoneworks, Payway, Minchie's, places like that. And so what we want to do is we want to give them our product, and we want to make them sign a 12-month subscription, so where they would pay $10 a month, and every single month they would get a plastic roll or maybe 2 plastic rolls depending on how much they use. And that's how we want to get our product out there, and then eventually end up partnering with Koala Care or something like that.
So our total available market is the number of public restrooms in the United States, which is just about 28 million. With our unit price of $150, we can potentially make over $4 billion in revenue. And then our actual serviceable market is the number of public restrooms in Texas, with which comes out to about 7 million, which gives us a potential revenue of over $1 billion.
As for cost of goods sold, we will be selling our unit at a price of $85. It takes us a total of $58 to make this, which gives us a gross profit of $27. With a 31.76% profit margin, we find this to be very substantial. Originally, our attachment price was double what it is now, but we found that we can produce it for cheaper. And we know that $15 seems like a lot for each replacement of plastic, but we found that the hypoallergenic plastic that we would like to be using is more expensive, which we're willing to pay to keep our customers safe. So with that, we will be producing a subscription service that we will be giving to our customers, where they can pay a certain amount for a certain amount of rolls every month. For our projected revenue, this is just an overview of what we see ourselves in the next 3 years. We will measure our success by reaching our 100% growth rate by our 3rd year.
As for our timeline, by January 2021, we plan to have our prototype built, tested, and fitted to Koala Care's changing tables. In February, we will give 5 local businesses our product to get our name out there. In May, we will sell our product to Koala Care's distributors and get our product out there. By July of 2021, we will start mass producing our products in Texas. We want $500 to purchase a plastic casing and plastic roll for a prototype. We also want to purchase a Koala Care changing table to fit and test our prototype too.
We are Quick Change. We hope every change is clean, quick, and sanitary. Thank you.
Now we'd like to open it up to any questions.
Okay, I'm going to go first because I'm a new grandmother. I like this. The thing that the first kind of stands out to me is the name. It's not, because I don't think it's really about being quick. I think it's really about being safe. So you might kind of think about that. I mean, quick change, it almost sounds like we're going to do an oil change for somebody. So, think about that. But I love it. And the company that I think about that is always, touting their clean restrooms and their great service with that is the Buc-ee's chain. So you might think about talking to them and see, but have you done any market research, with mothers, with restaurants, have you talked to anybody about this product and if they want it and how valuable it might be to them?
Yes, ma'am. We did surveys at the beginning of the year, and we found that 70% of the mothers and caretakers that we talked to said that they would be using this. They would be more likely to use changing tables in public with our product, and restaurants had about a 53% yes to buying our product.
That's good.
So, go ahead.
No, you're good.
Sorry. Go ahead, Sue.
Well, can you go back to your competitive slide? Because I want to just clarify something. If that's too difficult to do, I'll just ask the question. I thought on your slide that you said your biggest competitor is this koala distributor, right? And you said that they actually do have, the reason they're a competitor, they do have something that, did I misunderstand that? They have something that you can put on their changing tables, but it's paper. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is, my first thought, are they the only ones that, from a koala perspective, are they, because I do see these usually, is there another distributor of changing tables that's not koala that you might be able to, that doesn't already have something like this? And because you mentioned that you want to partner with them, how are you going to partner with them? I'm trying to just understand that, how you want to partner with them if they already have something. Is it because yours is plastic and theirs is paper?
The reason why we chose Koala Care as our main partnership, or like the people we chose, is because they're the biggest. Like any baby changing table you see in public restrooms is usually a Koala Care table, and our product is better than theirs because theirs is on the wall. It's either on the side or above the table itself, and it's just like sheets of paper, like kind of, y'all know about like the sheets of paper you put over the toilet seat. It's kind of like the same as that, but the plastic we want to use, it has an antibacterial sort of thing like already inside the plastic, and so that keep it more safe. The plastic part, so it doesn't like rip and tear easily or easier as paper. And ours is a roll, so you just simply pull it over the table, and you don't have to like pull it out of the thing and then like spread it out over the table.
So it seems to me like y'all are addressing different sort of pain points here that I'm not really clear. You started with the table itself is not clean, right? So we need to put something on the table. We need to have something disposable that keeps the baby clean when the baby's on the table, right?
Yes.
All right. And so really your point of differentiation, because Koala has a product that is paired with their tables that meets that need, right? So what y'all are saying is that yours is better than the Koala product, the disposable thing that goes on top of it. And so my question is, is that really a pain point? Do people really feel like the disposable product that comes with the Koala Care doesn't protect their baby? And if so, why hasn't, Koala Care could also develop something in plastic, I'm pretty sure. But why has Koala Care done plastic? How are you all sure that plastic's better than what the Koala Care product already is?
Well, our first point is we like going bathroom to bathroom, we've not seen many of these like attachments that are on the wall. We haven't seen many of those, and by giving away our product, I feel like people would see that and want that in their bathrooms and make their customers feel safe about changing their baby in there.
Okay, so what you said is that people aren't really buying the Koala Care product. So what's going on there? Is it because they bring their own wipes and just wipe down the table?
I'm not sure, but
well, I can answer that.
I think you need to be sure. I think you need to. I don't think y'all really understand the problem statement.
Yeah.
Trying to solve. It's not clear.
Yeah. So, because I will tell you, as a mother of older boys, but I do remember. Typically, when this didn't exist, and I haven't really seen these papers but I'm not changing a baby right now either. But I will tell you that, people sell these pads, and when you're traveling, right, in your diaper bag, you have a mat, and you take that mat out and you put it over the changing table, and then you change the baby. It's usually a little thick or thin, mat that's kind of vinyl. And then they would fold that back up. Is typically what I see today. So I mean, I like the idea because, I mean, it's less that they would have to carry. And I think the plastic does make more sense because, to your point, even the paper, if some sort of liquid, right, the liquid would go through the paper and onto the changing table. And then if you just put another piece of paper on it, it could actually pretty quickly, you know, I see where that would be not as sanitary as plastic. But I'm struggling with why Koala Care, if you approach them, wouldn't say, well, we'll just make our own plastic. Or is it that you make plastic rolls to insert into their machine? I mean, I'm trying to figure out how that would work.
Well, and so, Henry, when you were talking about the paper, the liner things, are you saying that sometimes they don't have those liner containers with the koala changing table?
Yes, ma'am. Most of the time, like most bathrooms that we've gone in and investigated to see if they've had any sort of like thing to cover their table, we've not seen anything. We've just seen this, like a simple table.
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure I've seen those paper things either.
I've never seen it either.
Yeah, so it's maybe not paper versus plastic. It's that this is a good thing. Now does this plastic already exist, or is this something that has to be, that y'all have to figure out the configuration of?
Yes, ma'am. The plastic already exists.
And then it would just have like some sort of a tear thing on the roll that. So
it'll be fitted to the table, and we'll have like perforated edges. And so whenever you're done with it, you just rip it off and throw it in the trash can or recycling bin.
I really like the idea. And like I said, to your point, I've never seen one of those attached to one of the tables. So when you did the research, where did you see that? Or did you see that they had those paper ones?
We saw it on their website, but we didn't see it anywhere else. We saw it on the Koala Care website, but we didn't see it anywhere else.
I wonder if on the website, you may go back and look, it may be something that I as a consumer could purchase separately, or maybe a restaurant, you know, if they wanted to install those, or so. I don't know. It seems odd that they would have that but not have it out there.
Yeah, and I'm with Ms. Bonar. I mean, everybody has the portable, diaper changing pads that are in their diaper bag. But everybody's becoming much more of a germaphobe these days after COVID. Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure that, thinking this through there again with my new grandson, would I want to put that pad on, just on a tape on the one of those changing tables that I don't know what's been on, even if I wiped it down with a wipe, and then put it back in the diaper bag with all the other stuff. So I think you work through that process because I think people need to think that through, and that would be a good marketing angle for you guys.
Yeah, I love the idea. I really do. I think it's would definitely be great. I just think you've got to figure out what's going on with Koala and what they've got today and how it's being marketed, how it's being used. I would do some more research around that.
Yes, ma'am.
And I understand that Koala is the major one out there, but are there others? I don't know. I mean, are there others that you can look at as well? And it's the making the better mousetrap, so that maybe somebody else is going to ultimately compete with them, or they'll want to buy you out.
Is the question you're asking, is there another brand of table, or is there another brand of sort of like the paper things
No, really the table.
The table.
We chose Koala because we want to fit to the Koala Care table because every restaurant that we went into or any public area, they chose Koala Care to use. So that's why we would fit our prototype to that sort of table.
So that's a great. So to that point, though, going back, if we're not, if it's it's out there, but no one's using it, and in these restaurants, then it sounds like what you're wanting to do is go to the restaurant and sell it to them, right? I would see that more than partnering with Koala. If Koala is not putting these out there, then, you know, I think Henry, you chime in here, but I would think make it where it fits Koala and possibly others, and then go sell it to the restaurants. I wouldn't even tell Koala you're doing it.
Sell it to the restaurant, or sell it to like Cisco, the company that supplies restaurants with all their food and all their supplies and that kind of stuff. They're your distributor, not Koala Care.
The airport, you know, yeah. I hope that makes sense, guys.
Yes, ma'am.
Good job, y'all. Well done.
Yeah, well done.
Very
good.
Thank you, guys.
Y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got 5 more minutes, then 1 more until our longer break today. Hi, guys.
Hi, Ms. Rowland.
Okay, if anyone wants to share your screen.
All right, you got it.
Judges will be back in just a second. Perfect. Okay, and then whenever you are ready, you can go ahead and start. Good luck, y'all.
Thank you. Many of y'all probably recognize the name Squanto, but don't really know his backstory. Squanto was a Native American for the Patuxet tribe who helped communicate with the Mayflower Pilgrims and taught them how to survive in the New World. He was one of the main reasons that our ancestors are here today, or that we are here today, because he taught our ancestors how to fish, hunt, and live off the land. We incorporated the circular arrow in our design to honor Native Americans across the country and added the mountains in the background to endorse the outdoors the Patuxet tribe once called home. My name is Lee Smith.
I'm Jack Cardies.
I'm Duke Stevens.
And I'm Cameron White.
And our company is Squanto Outdoors Apparel. We're an outdoor clothing brand that focuses on t-shirts, hats, and jackets. We incorporate stylish designs that we created ourselves with affordable, good quality clothing and try to outsell our competition with lower prices.
The problem that we noticed was very high prices for high quality clothing that many people want to wear. We feel that we can match the level of quality and make cool designs at a much lower cost. We think we will be able to make more profit by selling more clothes at a lower price as opposed to selling less clothes at a higher price like our competitors. Some of our competitors include Orvis, Howler Brothers, and Over Under. For example, with one of our hats, we are able to buy the exact same hats that Howler Brothers uses from China and sell them at a much lower cost. We're able to do this because we will be using direct-to-consumer methods and cutting out the middleman. As you can see, the prices that we would sell our clothing for is much lower than the prices of our competitors, such as Orvis and Howler Brothers. As you can see, these are some of the designs our Squanto team has came up with. We design all of our designs ourselves. We have many more designs for our customers on the way. We're targeting anyone who enjoys the outdoors, making comfortable, affordable, and quality clothing for our customers because our number one priority is our customer. We think we can compete with other big brands while still having inexpensive, high-end clothing. These are another 3 designs we have recently came up with and designed ourselves.
We feel like we have already finalized our designs for our hats, so we are going to try to use our own money to order our first group of hats in the next coming weeks. We've already talked to manufacturers across the world, and we feel like we've one that produces the type of hats we are looking for. With the funds that we hopefully receive today, we're going to order our first group of t-shirts in early January. And we're ordering those second because we haven't completely finalized the designs and are still working on some kinks. The timeline for the hats is about 4 to 5 weeks until they're in our hands. So hopefully they arrive and we can put them on the market in late January to early February. And the t-shirts should take a little bit less time. So hopefully they arrive in January or February as well. And then in the next couple of years, hopefully we're selling millions of shirts, hats, and jackets.
The costs you see are the quotes we've acquired and hope to achieve after 3 months of sales when we start ordering in more bulk than we can right now. As we sell more and more clothing, our costs will keep going down and our profit margin will keep going up. During year 1, we predict to make a gross revenue of $30,000. Going into year 2, we expect a growth of 137% to $68,000. And finally, going into year 3, we expect a growth of 176% for a total of $188,000 in revenue. These numbers come from the fact that when we are advertising on Instagram, companies receive about a 1% buy rate on average. This is the largest margin of any other social media platform. And once we have our Instagram shop up, we will start our ad campaigns and we will put more and more money into them, which grows our brand. What we need from you today is $500 to make 35 t-shirts, high quality and screen printed t-shirts, and $50 to make a professional Instagram page and store.
To invest in us and join the Squanto family that you may be more outdoor driven, and go follow us at Squanto_outdoor_apparel. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, guys. Good presentation.
Thank you.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
I love the way that you all started it with the story of Squanto and what elements went into your design for your logo and all of that. That was great. You're starting to create a bit of an identity around that, which is excellent. You know, you use the word multiple times, or the phrase multiple times, high-end apparel. What do you all mean by high-end apparel?
When we say high-end, we mean comfortable clothing. If you think of, like, you go to Walmart and buy a shirt, that wouldn't really be high-end, like the materials they use. We're thinking of clothing that you would pay more money for, that's made of stretchable cotton, different materials like that are comfortable, and then also have cool designs on them that are handmade.
Okay. And so, but what you're really selling is high-end, correct me if I'm wrong, high-end hats, t-shirts, not necessarily hunting gear, like a nice, a hunting jacket or a fishing shirt, or like a performance fishing shirt, or anything like that.
Maybe in the future we're gonna try to move on to those, but for the start, or just to start it off, it's a lot easier to manufacture and produce hats that are like less expensive for us. So we're gonna start
It's
out.
definitely a lot easier to sell.
Okay, so then that's all about, really this sort of brand image you're giving to the person wearing your apparel. So good start on the Squanto piece, right? And so how does that, and really what y'all are going to need to be able to figure out is, who does that connect with? And then how do you get connected with them? Y'all also talked about being cheaper than other people. I don't know if that's going to be the case, because you're going to have to spend a lot of money on marketing, right, to be able to get connected to those people if you're going to be direct to consumer. So I don't know that it's necessarily cheaper. It's maybe that you are really targeted to your particular buyers who really resonate with the brand that you've created and the designs that you have created. And one last thing I would say is really think about how before you go produce 500 shirts that maybe people like, maybe people aren't going to like your design, is actually get tons of design feedback ahead of time. Like, get people to look at your designs and tell you what they think about them, tell you which one they would buy. Get lots of feedback before you actually go to produce them. Because once you produce them and they don't sell, you got boxes of t-shirts in your parents' garage and no money to show for it.
No, yes, sir. We understand that.
And for this first order of hats, we've already talked to friends and family and have upwards of 50 verbal commitments that they're going to buy our hats. And we're only paying 100, so that can easily cover the expenses we're going to spend on buying them.
I agree with Mr. Sauer. I love the way you started it, and it's creating kind of an image and a buzz, and let's really think about our roots and those kinds of things. Something that might even resonate more is if you give some of your profits back to Native American Indian causes, because then you're creating a culture, and we won't call it a cult, but a culture. And so being the good guys that want to do that, and that being really get into this story And because because especially your age group and millennials, they love the cause, they love the being a part of something like that. And so I think if you could really work on that piece, that would really benefit you greatly.
It's a great idea.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
And one question. So you guys said you were going to just sell these on Instagram initially, right? You weren't going to go into shops or anything and try to get them out.
Well, we plan on like advertising it more over on Instagram, but hopefully plan on getting into like stores like for instance like Tackle Box.
Right, that's what I'm getting. Well,
Tackle Box, Ranger Firearms.
Yes. And one thing I would suggest, because to Mr. Sauer's point, the story is huge. So I think, consider, maybe, when you've got your tag, maybe consider adding a tag or something that kind of gives that story, or that, so that they know, hey, here's what we're, and just a small tag, the price tag that says, hey, here's what this is about, and oh, by the way, money goes back to this to the Native American, how we're donating. So something that tells that, because otherwise, I mean, you're in it. You can advertise it on Instagram, but if you got it in a store like Tackle Box, I think I've seen that a lot where they'll have a tag that just tells a story behind it. So
yes, ma'am.
And then point that to your website that tells the whole story.
Yes.
Okay.
And even your designs on your shirts and those kinds of things, is there a way to make that design, as it's graphically shown, connect back somehow to heritage, to Native American communities? Do you have Native American artists contribute to your design project? Do you put your designs in front of Native Americans to see which ones they like? I mean, there's lots of different ways. If that's the way y'all want to go, there's lots of ways to Ms. Ford and Mrs. Bonar's point, to go really deep on that. You like with something like this, you want your brand identity to be very deep, very tight, and then be able to connect with people that connect with that brand identity.
And so how did y'all come up with this, with the Native American thing in the first place?
Yeah.
We were really trying to figure out a name for our company, and I kind of thought of the name Squanto, and then I did some more research on it, and I realized it actually could be a great cause to help Native American societies, and just kind of give more a perspective on them, because back in the day they were so driven out of this country, but the first pilgrims that came here, Native Americans helped them benefit tremendously.
Many people don't know that.
I like it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Is it hard to get into this market? But I think, and I was a little skeptical when you started it, then when you get into the reason, like when you started and talked about, that really gives that brand image versus not having a story behind it. I really think that was smart.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Good luck to y'all.
Good luck.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good job, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have a good day. All right, bye.
Yeah, have a good one.
Thank you.
Okay, judges, we have a break until 2:20, and then we can meet in our other Google Meet, and then we'll see you back here at 2:50. Okay.
I'll join as soon as I can, Patrice.
No problem.
If y'all do the debrief, if you want to pull up my spreadsheet.
Sure.
I mean, I basically put my votes in there and a lot of detailed feedback, and so hopefully that will be helpful. Sorry, I've got an appointment I gotta
No
do.
problem. And if we have any questions, we can touch base at the very, very end too.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a little bit late, but hopefully my next call won't last too long.
Okay, no problem. All right, we'll see you in a little bit. Bye. Thank y'all.
Bye.
Yes. Yeah. can hear us talking, so let's go to the kitchen. Oh. It's still streaming.
Hi, Mrs. Dreeben. I muted you just when we weren't starting, just so you know. You can unmute now. Scroll down to that white bar. There should be a little microphone icon at the bottom of your screen.
Absolutely right.
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, it's hidden until you scroll over it.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So we have Ms. Ford should be joining us in a minute, and Ms. Boner and Mrs. Dreeben are here. Girls.
Hi, ladies.
And if everyone wants to mute except for our presenters, then we can unmute after they're done. And girls, if y'all want to go ahead and share your screen. I'm missing one. Where's Alex?
Alex.
Yeah. Oh, there you are there.
There we go.
Just don't see you. Alex, you can go ahead and turn on your camera, and then whoever wants to share can share.
Where am I getting right now?
Okay, perfect.
I was here.
And then Christiana, you'll have to stay unmuted the whole time once you start presenting. Okay. And not quite yet. Wait on one more judge. She's not here yet. We'll give her just a few seconds, and if not, we'll start.
Okay.
Just 1 second. 1 second.
Abby, I'm gonna go take a walk. Okay.
Okay, y'all can go ahead and start. We'll work on the other stuff on our end, but whenever y'all ready, good luck, girls.
Thank you.
Today, 300 million tons of plastic waste is produced a year. That's equivalent to the entire weight of the human population combined. And within the past decade, 91% of that plastic produced isn't recycled. Our company wishes to not be a part of the problem, but contribute to the ongoing solution of proper plastic waste management. Hello, I am Jamie Mays.
I'm Tamandra Rowan.
I'm Christiana Science.
And I'm Alex Rios.
And together, we are Fighter. Several manufacturers want to recycle, but don't because recycling is costly. My family, along with Christiana's, are in the manufacturing business, and both have an excessive amount of super sacks, but no outlet other than the landfill. Our company, Fighter, takes these super sacks and converts them into recycled 3D printer filament. The filament for a 3D printer is equivalent to the ink cartridges used for a regular printer. Why 3D printing, you might ask? Well, with 3D printing being a billion-dollar industry, the demand for 3D printer filament has been on a rise, but lacks in a variety of recycled filament. Using the super sacks, which are pure polypropylene plastic, we're able to extrude these into coiled polypropylene 3D printer filament. This creates a virtually 0% waste product for our consumers and a sustainable outlet for our suppliers, the manufacturers.
Our recycled polypropylene filament allows manufacturers to consciously discard their waste for an exceptionally low cost, as well as provides a low-cost, environmentally friendly recycled filament option for any 3D printer users. Especially with the exponential rise in popularity of 3D printing and additive manufacturing over the last 5 years, an option for green filament has never been more needed.
Currently, our competition is made up of 3 direct competitors: Gizmodorks, Neflatech, and Replay 3D. Gizmodorks offers a variety of filament, including polypropylene, but none of it is recycled, whereas Neflatech and Replay 3D are 100% recycled, but Neflatech only offers one type of filament, and Replay 3D offers 2, none of them being polypropylene. Taking the pure polypropylene super sacks, we will create polypropylene filament that will produce prints that are food grade safe, water resistant, and durable, which all comes with the benefits of polypropylene plastic.
Our UVP includes sustainability, affordability, recyclable elements, and of course, polypropylene. Super sacks can be utilized in different ways when creating the filament in order to fulfill 0% waste, like melting scraps from the edges, cutting up the materials into pellets and melting it, or shaping it in the extruder. By making the product more accessible through price, location, and eco-friendly materials, we can disrupt the industry and pave the way for innovation. Worldwide, thousands of super sacks get thrown away each year, and they're too expensive to recycle for the average manufacturing plant. By recycling this material, we are avoiding huge amounts of waste. Polypropylene has an elastic element to it, which contributes to a high level of flexibility, and it is also odorless and non-toxic. Polypropylene is also chemically resistant to a wide range of bases and acids. Our customer segment includes 3D printer owners, people who are familiar with 3D printers, know how to work and create with a 3D printer, and are aware of the different types of filament. Our customer segment also includes engineers and architects who need more accessible and eco-friendly options to ethically prototype. And lastly, schools and universities who want to make 3D printing accessible to their students and bring innovation to the next generation.
In 2019, the global 3D printing market was estimated at $11.6 billion, with the United States currently attributing 35% of that revenue. The numbers are only expected to grow by at least 14% each year. And as of 2019, there are about 750,000 industrial and consumer 3D printers in the United States, with that number expecting to reach 2.8 million by the year 2027. As of 2020, our current total addressable market is 749,000 customers. With a frequency of purchase at 5 spools per year, the possible yearly revenue for the total addressable market is $131,075,000. Our serviceable addressable market is limited by the number of units we can produce each year.
That comes out to about 100 people, each buying 5 spools per year, with a SAM revenue of $17,500 at the end of year 1. Our yearly revenue projections predict a 100% growth rate each year for each new filament extruder that we are able to obtain. 1 new one after the first year of revenue, and 2 after the second year of revenue, with a 62% gross profit margin.
Our plan to test our polypropylene filament is to purchase a kit to build an extruder, as well as melt and spin the super sacks into spools of filament using a winder. We also plan on borrowing or purchasing an older 3D printer to test our filament on. The first step in testing our product is to obtain a filament extruder by January. Next, in order to test our product, we need to wash and prep the sack to feed it through the extruder and wind it into the spools. After that, we need to test the filament using a 3D printer and a 3D pen. Last but not least, when our product is successful, we can sell our product by March. Our goals as a team are to divert the super sacks from the landfill, to reuse, reach 100 units sold, and become a low-cost, high-quality provider of recycled 3D printer filament.
Our MVP plan starts with machinery. We need a filament extruder and a filament winder to be able to produce our very first prototypes and products. We also need to purchase empty winding spools for product packaging and a domain name for our website. So what exactly are we asking for? We need a total of $500 to be able to purchase the machinery and materials required to produce our very first prototypes and products. We know it's a little bit steep for 2 pieces of machinery, but with the virtually free materials that we can obtain for our products, this machinery will be able to serve us for dollars to come.
Thank you for your time, and we look forward to working with y'all, because an investment in Fighter is an investment in your future.
Great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, great presentation.
Yeah.
So the cost to the 3D user, are you gonna? You said this is a low cost item. So I mean, would the filament be less than what they're having to pay for non-recycle?
Yes, our polypropylene filament currently runs at about $35 for a kilo spool, while generally they run anywhere from $40 to $50.
You know, you might not need to sell it for less.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Since it's eco-friendly, you mean?
No, because that's what the market will bear.
Yeah. So let me make sure I understand. When you went through this, so you're talking about getting plastic waste and you put it in the super sack, right? And
the plastic waste is the super sack.
Is the super sack.
Mm-hmm.
And you feed it through the extractor, and then it comes out with this recycled 3D printer filament.
Yes. Yeah.
And how much filament, do you get like per super sack?
Well, filament is normally sold in kilogram spools, and you can get 2.2 kilograms out of one super sack.
So is that a lot?
Yeah. Yeah, we can obtain each super sack for less than 10 cents. We get them for free from the manufacturer.
I guess I'm trying to understand what a super sack is.
Okay, I actually do have a super sack right in the corner.
Okay.
You need me to pull it up? All right.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I've ever heard that term.
Yeah, I could fit inside of one.
We could all fit inside of one. They're very big.
Yeah. So it's a large industrial bag. It's rolled up right now, but this thing is taller than me.
They hold about 1,200 pounds of sugar or flour, or whatever the manufacturers use to put inside.
Where are you getting the super sack from?
We're obtaining these super sacks from local manufacturers. We currently have 2 manufacturers we are in touch with and that are supplying us with super sacks.
Because that's your family, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Mine is Siege Victor and Son, and Jamie's, yours is
Magi Foods.
Okay, so right now they're giving them to you because what would they normally do with them?
throwing them.
Throwing them away.
Throwing them away. Throwing them away was an expense to them because the super stacks take up volume and their price is managed by how much volume trash they have.
Sure. And so, and have you tested this? So you know that feeding the super sack into this extruder, has somebody done that? You said has done this before. Are you getting that from these competitors? That's the process they have? Or where did the idea come from?
Well, the idea of recycled polypropylene filament hasn't actually been achieved yet, but we have talked with mechanical engineers and they said it was feasible.
Okay, that's because when you mentioned the competitors and you said that, you know, a couple of them do the recycled, but they specifically don't offer this probably, I'm not gonna say it right, probably propylene or what, propylene. That's what I was curious as to why haven't they done it? And is it better than the other types of filament?
Well, in one way, it has its benefits, just like every other type of plastic does. The reason that it's not yet being made into a filament is because polypropylene, right now at least, is exceptionally hard to recycle.
I'm so sorry about that. I'm so sorry. Continue.
It's hard. So it's hard to recycle, but you guys think you can do it through?
Yes, we can do it. The problem with recycling is people can't recycle polypropylene because it doesn't go well into sorting machines at recycling plants right now, which is why it's not being recycled at the moment.
Okay.
And so you, in your pitch for what you want to spend your $500 for, you've priced the two pieces of equipment.
Yes.
That so y'all know that you can get that.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, you're wanting to spend all of your money on the prototype.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that is good. I mean, that's what we want you to be spending it on. And so, go ahead, Kim.
Well, and then think, going further in thinking about what your cost is, per unit and what you're going to sell it for. I'm not sure. I would hope that your cost is really low because, like you said, your product cost is low, and then it's really just about how many you can produce. Mm-hmm. And so, but really think about your pricing. I mean, you might maybe go a little less than what the market, is for non-recycled, but a lot of times we'll pay more.
If no one else can do it and you're the first one to do it, why would you sell it less? To me, that it's environmentally friendly. I don't know if it's a better filament than maybe the others, or if it's not. I don't know.
Yeah.
That from that piece, but I would look at it because if it's a better filament, then and you're the only one that can do it, I definitely would. I would think about how you're going to price it for sure.
Mm-hmm. That's really interesting, and we are fulfilling a white space in the industry.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
And we can market it as that and as an eco-friendly alternative.
Right.
I mean, you might even, if these manufacturers have to, if it's costly for them to get rid of this stuff, maybe they pay you to take it away.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That was a potential path that we were thinking about for the future.
Okay. And do you have you talked to anybody about, so once you get this, and let's say, because it sounds like you know what you need, you've got the sacks, it sounds like you can produce something pretty quickly, the filament, and do you have somebody specifically that you're targeting that you would initially try and go, because I mean, what would be great, right, is if you've got this put together, it works, you're producing the filament, and you've had some sales before pitch night.
Mm-hmm, exactly.
And I know you said that you wanted to buy a 3D printer, but
Well, we need to buy the filament extruder, the 3D printer we could borrow.
Oh, good. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, you know, use somebody else's 3D printer. I mean, unless you think it's gonna mess it up.
That's cool. I would say, the Incubator has one.
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you think it's gonna break it. I love the idea. I mean, and you guys have put a lot of work into it. It looks like you've done a lot of, you've really done a lot of work looking into how this would work. And and like you said, if no one else is doing it, you can make it work. I think that's great.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. So,
great idea.
Yeah, I love the idea.
And really great presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right,
Well done, y'all.
Thank you.
Good luck to y'all.
Have a great rest of your day.
You too. Have a good rest of your day.
Well done. Okay, we've got about 3 minutes until our next one starts. Liv and Marshall, if you want to go ahead and turn your cameras on, I'll just check that everything's working. And we're still waiting on Colin. All right, Colin, do you want to turn your camera on for us? Okay, perfect. All right, if you want to share your screen, Liv. Okay, perfect. All right. And you're on 2 devices, right, Liv? So you can just unmute whenever you're ready. Okay, perfect. Okay, whenever y'all ready, y'all may begin. Good luck.
Thank you so much. We are Clean Personal Disinfection Solutions. My name is Olivia Humphreys.
I'm Colin Leatherberry.
My name is Marshall Brown.
And let's start with a scenario. Think about the last time that you touched a door handle and it was sticky. And it's absolutely disgusting because you take your hand off the door handle and there's something sticky on your hand and there's no way for you to possibly know what it is. And even if this door handle or this handrail or these elevator buttons aren't sticky, you don't know what the person who touched them before you might have had on their hands. Could be something dangerous, could be germs, could be a virus. And with everything that's going on in the world right now, this is a really scary situation. We here at Clean Personal Disinfection Solutions would like to solve that problem. In our research, we found that in one study at a hospital, 30% of the doors had E. coli on them. In a more recent research study, COVID-19 was shown to survive up to 5 days on a hard surface like a door handle. The CDC recommends disinfecting daily, and we as a company would like to streamline that process.
Our solution to streamlining daily disinfecting is a wrist-mounted portable disinfectant sprayer that can be clipped onto a bracelet or a wristwatch or a piece of jewelry and activated with a flick of the wrist. Our competition is somewhat limited. The only direct competitor is a company known as Pumpix, and the only other companies that could potentially compete with us are Purell and Lysol, just by nature of them being disinfecting.
So we have our prototype here with us today. This is our version 1 of our device. I'm sorry, it's a little bit difficult to see it. It's black on black, but it's functional. It is not exactly how we want it to look, but I'll explain some of the main features, how it works, and how it's different from what we want to achieve in the end. So the device right now straps onto my wrist like this. There's Velcro on it. And the trigger is right here. It sits on my palm and it can be activated by pushing down. The canister that holds the disinfectant looks like...
I can't see anything. Is there...
Sorry.
Is there a way that...
Maybe stop sharing for a second.
Yeah. All right.
And then Ms. Bonar and Oliver just, yeah. Can you see now?
Yes, thank
Okay,
you.
perfect. There you go.
I wanted to see it. Okay.
All right. So this is the device right here. It Velcros onto the wrist currently. We have a strap right here. It goes around the wrist. The trigger sits on the palm and can be activated by pushing down just like that. The actual sanitization spray is in this canister right here. This is made out of a revamped ubiquitous lighter that's been drained and filled currently with a disinfectant solution. I believe it is chlorine based, and then pressurized. So how it will work is the customer will be able to buy the canister, put it into the device very easily, refill just like that. And then to spray, I'm gonna angle my camera down really quickly. You just point and spray, just like that. So a few key differences between the prototype and what we would like to achieve in the end. First of all, this is very large. We would like for it to be in the end about 2 inches by maybe 1 inch so that it clips more easily onto the strap of a wristwatch. Obviously, we would also like the canister to be smaller. This is a little bulky. And for the trigger, we would like it to actually be able to clip back. So when you're not using the device, the trigger is out of the way and you have more of a range of motion. I'm gonna go back to the presentation now.
So our company is a transaction-based company, and for our starting price, which comes with 1 spray and 8 canisters, the total cost is $26. And we found this price as we did surveys and we looked at competitors, and we figured out that around $25 would be a good price for this. And the refill pack is $8, and that comes with 10 canisters. And then for our serviceable market, this is the Texas residents, which is about 14 million. And since there are a few safety precautions with our product, because it can spray, and our main market is people that are 18 years and older. And our total addressable market is the US population, which is 382 million. So our year-one total revenue is $56,545. And we got this number by estimating, because basically how our product works, it's like Gillette, the shavers you can replace it. You only have to buy the thing once, but you replace the things you clip on. So our company, you just buy the thing once and you replace the parts, and that's how we got the total revenue. And our year 2 growth rate and year 3 growth rate, we got this. Even though COVID might not be as big of a thing in those 2 years, we feel that we can kind of evaluate and do better with ads and social media, and we can make our product more out there in these years. We can get it more known through social media and websites and stuff like that. So that's why our growth rates are high. And then for our cost of goods sold, they add up to about $13. So It costs $13 to make it, and we're selling it for $26. So just by selling it once, we already make 100% profit.
Just checking where our microphone is on. So to tell you a little bit about our customer, basically we're going for two demographics. The first one, as you can see on the left, is a high school student. Maybe they're into comic books, maybe they're into popular media. They buy this product, or their parent buys this product for them to begin with because it is a novelty item. And then once they realize that it serves some purpose, they tell their friends about it. They realize that it's helpful for them in their daily life. And we reach that demographic as a whole. Our other customer, as you can see down on the bottom, is people who work in shared spaces. This could be people who work in office buildings, people who work in the entertainment district, or entertainment demographic. These are people who have to touch objects that other people touch during the day and want an easy way to disinfect those objects before they touch them. To tell you a little bit about our MVP, we are working with a hybrid prototype and smokescreen design. What does that mean? That means we finish our prototype, we roll out a working version to people who we know if they showed off this device, the people who come into contact with them would likely come to our website and pre-order. This is people who maybe have a large following on social media and often post on social media. This is even people who maybe are the head of HR for their company, and they have a lot of employees who are affected by what they do. As for our timeline, by mid-January, we would like to have a finalized design. We already have our prototype. We have a functional prototype. There's a few things that we would like to change, but we believe that with some real work and effort, we could have this fully designed by January. By the end of February, we would like to begin manufacturing. We will be manufacturing in two separate ways. So we will be manufacturing the sprayers separate from the canisters. The canisters, we are looking into people who already manufacture miniature-sized lighters because they create the components that we already need. And if we can buy those pre-made, it'll make the process a whole lot easier. By the end of March, we would like to ship samples, ship demos to people who we know can get it out there and get the hype going. And we would like to start accepting pre-orders. And by mid-April, we would like to ship the first orders. We are asking for $500 today. 450 of those dollars are going to go towards manufacturing. They're going to go towards an injection style mold. They're going to go towards the canister components, and they're going to go towards shipping, labor, putting it together, getting it out there. The other $50 are for our website, are for maybe a promotional, getting it to the people so that they can put it out there. That's what those extra $50 are going towards. Again, we are Clean Personal Disinfection Solutions, and we sincerely hope that you consider investing in our product. Thank you so much.
Okay, so and I know your prototype is not exactly what you want it to be. It's a little large and all those kinds of things. But do you envision people wearing this?
Yes, ma'am. In the end, we would like it to be able to clip on to the band on a wristwatch or the band on a bracelet.
We'll also be producing our own bands in case somebody is not a regular watch or jewelry wearer, so that they can still utilize the product easily.
Okay.
Yeah, I think in looking at the prototype, and I know you guys said you wanted to make it smaller, I'm just trying to think how you would wear that. Just trying to picture how that would fit, whether you were jewelry or not. It just seemed like that little, I know you said you wanted the little stick to fold back, and I did notice that when you, one thing I wanted to mention, when you did the prototype, the demo, which it's great that you guys are that far along, it was like a real hard squirt. I could see if you're squirting something, not just spraying back. So I would also look at maybe softening this, make it a spray,
We're currently looking into making it a mist instead of and we're looking at quick drying disinfectant solutions so it hits the object and it dries almost immediately.
Okay, good idea, because I was like, wow, it looked like it was pretty it was a pretty hard stream.
As Olivia said, we're thinking of turning it into a mist not only because that'll reduce the backsplash effect, but also because it'll more effectively disperse the disinfectant over the target area.
Mm-hmm.
And as for the consideration of fit, we're hoping to get this prototype down to the profile of a watch. It'll simply be longer up your forearm, but it won't. If you normally wear a watch, you'll be able to fit this device onto your arm just as easily, even with the watch. So that's the intent.
Yeah, so think of it as like bug spray, how that kind of comes out. That's what we kind of want it to be like.
And guys, I get what you're trying to solve for, because it is a problem, right? I mean, I hate touching doors and doorknobs, but I mean, and Ms. Ford can speak up as well. I know personally, I would not wear this, and I'm not sure you're going to get people to wear it. Now, could you make a device? I mean, and I know, could you make a device that you could carry in your purse or maybe carry in your pocket? I mean, I don't know. I just don't see somebody wearing it full time.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, I hate it, as much as anybody, but I don't hate it enough to wear something like that.
Mm-mm. That's where I'm worried that it's a great idea, and I know what you're the problem you're solving, but I'm not sure wearing something like that is going to be something that people are going to want to do. Is there another way that you could solve the problem? Because I would say, I mean, to grab some spray and that would be somehow convenient for me to spray a doorknob. I like that, but I just don't want to wear it. That's where I'm. I mean, did you talk to other people about this? I mean, did you get any feedback or interviews?
Yes, ma'am. I did several interviews in the preliminary stages of this. Mostly it was amongst my peers, and I think a lot of what appealed to them, like I said before in the presentation, was the novelty. It's inspired a lot by Spider-Man and the way that Spider-Man, his powers work, and that was a lot of what the people that I talked to really like about it, was the idea of being able to just point and shoot disinfectant at whatever you want. So we were trying to kind of merge that idea with a functionality that could also work for demographics beyond our own.
Okay. So and that you need to probably mention that a little bit more in your presentation, because that went totally over my head.
Yeah, that would have really helped when you described your demographic. And you mentioned a novelty. I heard you say that, but I didn't know what you meant by that.
Okay.
And can I ask where this manufacturing will take place?
That's still something that we're looking into. Unfortunately, we've found a few places in Texas that do really good injection molding. We found places that will likely be able to make this part, the sprayer part, but we're still looking into people who make lighters. BIC has a manufacturing plant in the United States, but the thing about their lighters is it's actually the plastic is fused into the canister, so it's a little bit more difficult to use it as a shell instead of as a full working ubiquitous lighter.
Is somebody the size and scope of BIC gonna want to mess with this? I don't mean it's not what they do day by day.
Yes.
Oh yes. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. I think it's a great idea if it'll work.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, any other questions?
Not for me.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Good luck to y'all.
Have a great day.
And judges, we've got one more team left. We're going to go ahead and get them in the room now and go ahead and proceed forward with them. So just 1 minute while they join.
I think these kids are all so clever. They are.
Well, this program brings that out in them.
Absolutely. I think of myself in high school. These were thoughts I had. It's just amazing what you do, Patrice. It's amazing.
I agree.
Thank y'all. Looks like our team is joining. Just waiting on two more. One more. Perfect. Whoever's going to share your screen, if you want to go ahead and do that, or wait for your last team member to join. Perfect. I see everyone's here, so whenever y'all are ready, you can start. Good luck.
Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Do you know why teenagers sleep in so late? It is because they have a delayed release of melatonin, unlike adults. That means we go to bed later, we wake up later. Do you ever find yourself dreading the same sound every single morning? How can we help these sleepless teens get out of bed in a better mood? Bedwake is the answer. Wake up on the right side of the bed.
Hello, my name is Paul Patel, and I'm the CFO.
I am Drew West, the CEO.
I am Elise Moraviec, the CMO.
Rolando, are you there? Can you hear us?
He's struggling, he just know.
We have designed a device to help you get out of bed in the morning, get out on the bed on the right side every morning without a loud alarm clock noise. Our device will act as a mattress topper that will go underneath your sheets and vibrate uncomfortably until you wake up. Both the power of vibration and the size is customizable. This product has the power to help anyone, whether you're a student struggling to wake up in the morning or someone who is hearing impaired and can't use an alarm clock. Let us help you wake up tomorrow. Some current problems we are solving include waking up in a bad mood and setting multiple alarms. You shouldn't have to set multiple alarms in the morning to wake up. For the last 1,000 years, we have used the same auditory process for waking up, and we're going to shift that to a more physical process.
Our product is going to be advertised to the parents with sleepless teens. About 95% of the teens that we interviewed stated that they have trouble waking up comfortably in the morning. Sleep is very important to teenagers as their brains are still developing, and the amount of sleep they get can affect their emotional and physical health, as well as school performance. Waking up and getting out of bed at a set time consistently will improve sleep quality.
On the top left-hand side of the screen, there is a vibration mirror that I have created myself. On the top right-hand side of the screen is a sensor pad. What we have done is we have implemented those into a memory foam mattress topper for maximum comfort and efficiency. We have two competitors. One is a non-direct competitor and is a full body mat massage. It has controllable vibration and heating. On the other hand, we have a loud alarm clock. It is a 3-inch small pad that has strong vibration and is connected through a long wire to a 7-inch number display. The reason why we are unique is because there is no other product like this on the market. We are planning on using the skeleton of the mattress topper, of the mat massager, and the market of the loud alarm clock to create a whole new product.
Our total addressable market are all teenagers in the US from age 15 to 19, and our serviceable addressable market are all teenagers in Texas from age 15 to 19.
We will create our own website and use social media as a vehicle for marketing. We will also create an infographic to show people how to use our product.
With our product, you will wake up like you never have before, with a vibration running down your back. Our product will be available once we create our website, and we will also talk to local businesses and companies in the area to see if we can sell our product there.
We would begin targeting customers in our immediate family and then grow from there. Since we would mainly sell to adults, this is a logical starting place. The cost to manufacture each unit costs $20, and we will sell each unit for $55, giving us a 63% margin. In year 1, we will sell 792 units and plan for a 50% increase in year 2 and a 100% increase in year 3.
We're testing vibration as an efficient way to get up and out of bed. We're also testing the comfort and also if vibration will help you wake up in a better mood.
We need a functional prototype that we can fine-tune. We need realistic feedback after our product is engineered, so then we can get our product to market and get it sold.
Once we finalize our product, we are going to meet with an engineer in early January who can help us with the design of our product. After that, our priority is to create a functional prototype. Once our product is operational, we will test it with 5 teenagers, and after their feedback, we will begin to partner with local San Antonio businesses in early April to get our product out on the market.
We are asking for $500. The entirety of this money will go towards developing our prototype. $200 of this will go towards building a functional prototype, $150 will go towards purchasing our competitors, and $150 will go towards building 5 units. We believe this money will be crucial in the development of our company, and with these funds, we will be able to make a difference in the teenage community. Thank you, judges, for your time, and Bedwake, waking up on the right side of the bed.
So that was a great presentation, guys. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we've, over the course of this is my 3rd year doing this, we've had several ideas about how to get kids out of bed. And so I've heard this before. This is a little bit different. I think, from a presentation perspective, you guys talked about, this is waking up on the right side of the bed. You said the mattress vibration is you use the word uncomfortable to wake them up, right? And get them out of bed. But then the problem you're trying to solve is them being in you want them to wake up in a better mood, not a bad mood. They've got multiple alarms and it's hard, to wake up in a good mood and comfortable, but yet you're saying this thing is going to vibrate. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, are you talking, I'm trying to figure out, would this cover their whole body? And so their whole body, or is it their head? And is it going to shock them? What is that vibration? Because I'm trying to figure out how, an alarm is annoying, trust me, but you can hit snooze, but how is this going to make this? I think of it as wow, I'm getting a massage. I want to stay in bed.
So ours is going to be half your body, and the vibration is going to wake you up, but it's not going to stop. It's not going to turn off until you get off the bed. So you have to get out of bed. For instance, this morning I woke up, I had my phone next to me. I pressed snooze on my phone and went back to sleep, and I woke up late. But with this and our product, I'll wake up and I'll feel this vibration, and then you'll start thinking, using your head, and then you'll realize, oh, I got to get up and get out of bed. So.
And another feature we're targeting, or another part of our product, we have 2 parts of the comfort level. So when you're actually sleeping in the night, we have designed a mattress foam. Our massage, it's not a massage mat, but our vibrator, Bedwake, will be mattress foam. But then it will send more of an uncomfortable vibration in the morning. So then it's not a massage. You don't wake up to a massage. You wake up to a more of a gentle vibration. It doesn't feel that good, but it's enough to get you out of bed. And our team made a hypothesis that waking up to more of a physical way will be much more motivational to wake up rather than the same annoying noise every morning. I hate the sound of my alarm clock, and I would much rather wake up to another way to wake up.
So that's your hypothesis. Is there any science behind this?
We're going to talk with our engineer to make it as efficient as possible. But right now, it is more of a hypothesis that we believe that waking up to a physical process rather than the loud, annoying sound. We had many interviews, so we've interviewed many people, and they've all mentioned how they do not like their sound of their alarm every morning.
I understand that, but has there been any research done on on this subject, the medical, physical
yeah,
research?
not with like the vibration, but it's kind of similar to how like sunlight or light in the morning will, I guess, trigger some of the structure part of your brain. And it's kind of a similar thing. We're assuming that the vibration will almost do kind of like the same thing, like signal your brain to wake up.
Yeah. Yeah. We've heard, I mean, there was one where we've heard where the light switch automatically comes on. And, and it's like that is not comfortable. I just, again, I'm just trying to figure out, I personally would be more nervous about hoping that my child wakes up to a vibration than a loud noise. I mean, because if the point is to, or maybe you start out with a vibration and then you've got an alarm in case the vibration doesn't work. I mean, I just think I'm just trying to picture how this would, because that might ease them into a little bit, because they're starting to wake up a little bit, with the little vibration, and then it comes on. I don't know. I mean,
and can you describe this item to me? Is it something you plug in? Is it something you set every day? Is there a cord I'm going to trip on in the night when I get up accidentally?
Yes, ma'am. So basically, this cord would be run right by your bed and plugged in to the mattress topper. And it's actually, we're gonna make it. It's more of a thin mattress topper, so it's not that uncomfortable feeling in your back. But it'll be plugged into a wall, and it'll be a long cord, and you'll be able to control it on a box that is connected to the wire. So you'll be able to control and set the times and stuff like that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So maybe if you already have because I would think it's got to have some kind of a clock mechanism to it. So adding a regular alarm to it would be pretty easy.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Rolando, would you like to talk about the direct competitor?
Yeah, and Mike, when you talk about that, because you said in your $500, there was a portion of that where you were going to be buying from your competitor, and I didn't understand that.
So we will purchase our competitors because a lot of the features they use, we'll be able to implement into our engineering. So when we have an engineer, they'll be like, okay, so where do we start? That's a very good starting place because we're taking some of the same, the skeleton of the massage mat, and we're using parts of the other one, like our direct competitor has a alarm clock that's connected to a small vibrator. We're gonna do the same thing except connect it to more of a mattress topper instead of just a small little disc that vibrates. So it's essential for us to buy our competitors to get a good sense of what we're building.
Buy their company? You didn't allow very much money to buy this competitor.
We're buying a unit.
Product.
I'm sorry.
Oh, just one of them, yeah.
Thank you.
Is that, I guess, okay. So you're going to be buying that so that you can copy some of the functionality?
We're gonna bring that to our engineer, and they can assess what we need to keep, what we need to make unique, what we need to add, if there can be another efficient way.
And is this engineer local?
Ms. Bartlett said she would connect us with an engineer in January.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. It's very creative. I like it.
I don't think I have any other questions.
I think I'm good.
Okay, so if we don't have any more questions, then I'm going to let you go. Guys, great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. So judges, if you'll stay on for just a moment, we are going to end. So that is your last group. We ended just a little bit early, and we will debrief in just a minute. So I will, Patrice just had to step out for a second.
Are we going to stop the recording or should we go to the judges?
We're going to go to the judges' deliberation.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you all so much. And that is all for today. So Patty can stop recording, and